Chapter 196, Conspiracy Against a God v. In front of Titus and Sigismund were not people, but vegetables to be easily cut up. Faced with two primarchs still growing, normal humans were no different than vegetables. The swords of both brothers could cut a human in half with just one blow. Blood and internal organs stained the ground, while the smell of blood was so strong around the brothers that no allied soldier could get near them without vomiting. Even the most experienced soldier could not remain indifferent at the sight of the brutal and bloody scene. Looking at the enemy soldiers, Titus, who was covered in blood from head to toe, calmly looked around and saw that the number of enemy soldiers was decreasing at a fast enough pace. Although it wasn't as fast as he would have liked, it was the king's orders and he had to obey them. Otherwise, in less than 10 minutes, the entire enemy army would be dead before the overwhelming force of him and his older brother. Titus knew very well that with his strength, humans were nothing to him. Turning his sword in a vertical slash, Titus saw his sword tear the man in half, blood with internal organs falling to the ground with a sickening sound, but he was used to the bloody scene unfolding before him. At first he felt nauseous, but after 10 times, the nausea passed and what remained was numbness. Even if he killed 100, 1,000 or 10,000, his expression wouldn't change. Killing became a natural part of him. Compared to Titus, Sigismund was even more brutal than his younger brother, using his bare hands to tear humans alive and ripping the heads off along with the spines of his victims. Anyone who crossed his path was killed in the most brutal way possible. Scorpion, Mortal Kombat, would be amazed at such a masterful head ripper. Fortunately, the battlefield was still at night, so not many people had seen such a brutal scene. If they did, they would definitely retreat without even waiting for Tywin's order. After all, people only had one life and they valued it more than anything. After dismembering a person in half with his bare hands, Sigismund felt that the number of deaths was in line with the king's orders and spoke aloud. "Fall back to the camp." Sigismund's powerful voice spread across the battlefield. The Red Legion soldiers were stunned by his general's shout. They didn't understand why they should retreat when they were winning. However, they accepted the orders after a brief hesitation. Titus and Sigismund protected the army from any attack and looked on calmly as they moved away from the enemy soldiers. "Fall back." Tywin, noticing the retreat of the enemy troops, didn't hesitate to shout for his entire army to retreat. He had already won the small victory he wanted and no longer wanted to stay on the battlefield. However, he was still confused by the sudden retreat of the enemy army. Even with all his wit and intelligence, he could never have thought that Enar would give the enemy a victory. After all, that was tantamount to boosting the enemy's morale. Such a plan was stupidity in the eyes of the Lord of Casterly Rock. However, Tywin soon noticed something was wrong. Although he couldn't see because of the darkness surrounding him, the sounds of the soldiers' footsteps were much lower than when he had arrived. A bad premonition spread through his chest, making him cautious. How many people had died in that short 10-minute attack? Logically, it shouldn't be many, at most a few hundred people, but it would never amount to thousands of casualties on the battlefield. Both sides were in the dark and many attacks could miss, so casualties shouldn't have been high. Tywin even avoided using his archers for obvious reasons. He could hit the enemy camp because there was light and a place to shoot, but in total darkness, using archers was asking to shoot yourself in the foot. Even if it was Tywin, he wouldn't dare ask his soldiers to kill their comrades on the battlefield. Once the soldiers lost confidence in their liege lord, the consequences would be dire. After thinking for a long time, Tywin just prayed that the casualties wouldn't be too many. A tragic victory was very bad for the army's morale, especially in a war where they were already losing. No matter what angle you looked at it from, a tragic victory was a terrible thing. If it was the final battle, Tywin could accept losing many soldiers, but this was the beginning of the war and there were many battles to come. While Tywin was in deep doubt about what was happening, Sigismund and Titus knelt before Enar and announced in calm, powerful voices, "My king, we have carried out your sacred orders. Thank you, without you two things would have been more difficult." Enar smiled and thanked both brothers with a calm but gentle gaze. Although Titus and Sigismund weren't his sons, he was very fond of the brothers who were extraordinarily determined and didn't mess around. How could he not be pleased with such subordinates? So Enar didn't hide his appreciation and kindness for both brothers. "We just follow our obligations, my king," Sigismund replied with a respectful tone. In his eyes, as a soldier, it was natural to listen to the king's orders. The king could see the future that would lead them to victory, so even though Enar's orders were somewhat strange in the eyes of many people, neither brother had any doubts about their king's orders. Knowing that he couldn't change both brothers' minds, Enar gave up talking to them and spoke directly. You will be rewarded with fiefdoms and receive titles after the war. Enar could be harsh in his punishments, but he could never be stingy in his rewards. Although Titus and Sigismund probably didn't want any rewards, the army didn't consist of just 2 people. What would the sods think of a king who couldn't reward his most loyal soldiers? At the very least there were large-scale deserters and then countless mutinies, so Enar was never stingy when it came to rewarding those who should be rewarded. For this reason, even though they didn't want to, Titus and Sigismund accepted the rewards and announced that they had been rewarded by the king. They're very loyal, but too much loyalty can be rather annoying for a king. Visenya commented with an amused tone, seeing the helpless expressions of both powerful men. If it had been before, she would only have thought that Titus and Sigismund were huge, but at that moment in her senses, the brothers in front of her exuded a great deal of power. It was the same energy that was coursing through her body at that very moment, although she felt that her energy was more special. There's nothing wrong with loyalty, but I have to think about how other people will view my actions towards my subordinates and vassals. Enar replied in a calm tone while looking at Visenya with a smile. Jaime didn't move even though he saw his own soldiers dying. Without waiting for Visenya's reply, Enar changed the subject and spoke with a disappointed tone. It seems that his assimilation has gone a long way towards making him more indifferent. However, he wasn't surprised. A mortal could never resist the will of a god. The moment Jaime was chosen as the herald of the god of the 7 faces, he had already condemned himself to being a puppet in the hands of the gods. I wonder how he'll react when he finds out that Daenerys is about to march towards Old Town. Visenya commented with a curious look on her face. The god of the 7 faces will choose to remain on the battlefield or leave for Old Town. Both battlefronts were extremely important for the faith of the 7. He will choose to remain, but we cannot leave Daenerys unsafe. Enar commented with a deep tone and looked at Titus. Titus, you're going to King's Landing to protect Daenerys and Riella. Kill anything that poses a threat to the members of House Targaryen. You don't need to ask permission, kill first and then question. Enar spoke with a cold, regal tone. Although he knew that the god of the 7 faces would remain on the battlefield, he wouldn't risk the lives of his women because of something like trusting the mentality of his enemies. That was pure stupidity. Yes, my king. Titus didn't hesitate to answer and clapped his hand against his chest. The Primarch's expression was determined and serious. Enar nodded with satisfaction when he saw that there was no fear in Titus' eyes. It was as if the young man had never felt fear in his life. Which was true of Enar's powers. Titus was too special. Everyone had fears, even psychopaths and sociopaths, but Titus seemed an exception. But because of that, to Enar, Titus was simply the perfect soldier and all the Astartes would be based on Titus. Chapter 197, Conspiracy Against a God 6. When dawn broke, Tywin and Robert looked at the army below them with calm and indifferent expressions, but behind that indifference they were both completely furious. Of the 7,000 soldiers that Tywin had taken to the battlefield the night before, 3,000 had returned. This result left Tywin completely furious, even the calm he could maintain at all times shattered in an instant. This was not a modern age where one bomb could kill tens of thousands of people. To lose so many soldiers at once in 10 minutes was completely unheard of. Even magic couldn't have that much power, but reality was facing them, so they had to accept that they had lost 4,000 soldiers. Taking a deep breath to calm the angry feelings inside him, Tywin looked at Robert and spoke with a cold tone. Your Grace, the plan has partially worked. We won a victory, but as you can see, the price for victory was high. Robert nodded and felt an enormous headache forming in his mind. 4,000 soldiers, 4,000 families, 4,000 people he had to help, or else the soldiers would never fight him again if he ignored the dead. However, before Robert could say anything, the loud but peaceful sound reached his ears. Just as the king of House Baratheon was about to ask what was going on, a soldier quickly came up to him and whispered a few words in the king's ear. Robert's face turned completely grim hearing the news that the soldier had just spoken to him. The king of House Baratheon took a deep breath and showed a solemn expression, which made Tywin also show an equally solemn expression. We're going to the wall. Without explaining anything, Robert spoke as he walked towards the wall of Harrenhal. All the lords followed their king with confused expressions. However, the closer they got to the wall, the more their expressions turned to sheer disbelief. The woman's voice was in everyone's ears, as if she were standing next to them, whispering gently in his ears. "Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." The sound of the people had intensified, so that all of Volantis could hear the prayer of hundreds of thousands of people together. "Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." The beautiful voice, full of a maternal gentleness, continued to whisper in everyone's ear. Then they all reached the top of the wall and saw a crowd of people gathered in front of thousands of bodies lying on the ground, some of the bodies barely complete, obviously killed by Sigismund. But it wasn't this that made everyone's eyes widen, but Enar, who was praying silently while a woman with long black hair and red eyes prayed aloud, the same voice they were hearing. In an instant, everyone knew what the enemy was doing. Praying and burying the dead. Robert's face turned terribly grim as he looked at his own soldiers, saw that even some had joined hands in imitation of Enar and began to pray together. This made King Baratheon's mood even darker. What a terrible religion, it turned some soldiers into believers with just a few sentences. Robert muttered to himself, looking at Enar for the first time with a touch of fear. On the other side, the entire Red Legion began to pray along with the Reverend Mother. Although the heretics were heretics, they were still the king's people and they had the right to repent their sins and return to the light. While the Red Legion prayed aloud, following Kinvara's lines, the lords of Westeros and their vassals and commoners didn't know what to do. Many had the faith of the Seven as their faith, but seeing an incredible number of people praying, they hesitated for a moment and began to pray together. They imitated the king's gesture and the Red Witch's words and began to pray without waiting any longer. If that was what it took to reach the power core of House Targaryen's court, they could pray even to demons. But listening to the black-haired, red-eyed woman's prayer, the anxiety that was in their hearts seemed to disappear with the beautiful prayers being said by the woman. Together with the relaxing, sacred and solemn atmosphere of tens of thousands of people praying at the same time, everyone began to pray more sincerely to the dead and to God. The commoners just followed their feudal lords and prayed even more sincerely. In his eyes, a God who could accept the souls of his enemies dead was a good and benevolent God. Along with the atmosphere in the place, many began to believe in God. Although it was a shaky and even fragile belief, it was a start. After all, everything begins with the first step. Enar and Kinvara looked at each other and saw the growing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Praying and burying the bodies of their enemies was Enar's idea, and Kinvara accepted his request without hesitation. Seeing the result, Kinvara couldn't help but admire the Messiah's thoughts. She, who was over 200 years old, never thought that showing such an act of benevolence could create so many believers for God. But it showed that she still had a lot to learn in order to be a Reverend Mother qualified to guide the faith of the God Emperor of humanity. When she had finished praying, Enar made the sign of the cross and ordered that the bodies be buried with the honors of a soldier, regardless of whether he was an enemy or a friend. Enar's words only made the soldiers who followed the lords of Westeros feel great admiration and reverence for the young king. For some reason, the thought of dying to such a king didn't seem so fearful. Unlike the religion of the Seven, Enar made the existence of heaven and angels very specific in the Bible, so fear of death was the last thing a Red Legion soldier would feel when facing death head-on. Something these soldiers who have always lived in Westeros would come to learn. Dying is only the beginning of a new journey. Because of this, Enar saw that many soldiers over the years didn't fear death, they feared not serving long enough to enter heaven and enjoy eternal life. Honestly, his brainwashing was a complete success. He just had to have millions of Astartes adepts and control the known universe. Although the age of special exploration was still hundreds of years away, the first step had already been taken, and he was laying the foundations of the empire of mankind. Kinvara clearly noticed the change in the commoners' expressions and felt great satisfaction as she saw the number of her god's lambs increase more and more. This only made her more motivated to indoctrinate the whole of Westeros, until only the faith of the God Emperor of mankind is the one supreme religion of Westeros and the entire planet. While Kinvara fantasized about indoctrinating the entire planet, Enar felt a gaze fall on him and he raised his head towards the clear, cloudless blue sky, which was rare in the Riverlands. The gaze Enar felt couldn't have belonged to a mortal, so he knew who was staring at him at that very moment. But Enar didn't show any very excited reaction. On the contrary, he just frowned and understood that the god of the seven faces wouldn't be so easily drawn into the battlefield again. Enar had expected this. Gods were not fools. With a weapon capable of wounding and even killing a god, no god would be foolish enough to risk his own immortal existence rashly. For the god of the seven faces to actually descend into the mortal world once again, it would have to be the final battle. However, it wasn't Enar's turn to feel rushed, but the god of the seven faces. Enar had ordered Daenerys to attack Old Town simply to force the god of the seven faces to descend to the continent again. So Enar was calm and didn't seem in a hurry. Chapter 198, Conspiracy Against a God 7. The two armies attacked each other again, this time in daylight, but neither Enar nor Robert used their full armies in battle. Each wanted to weaken each other's strength at lower cost and save men for the chaos that would ensue after the battle. These small clashes had been going on for a week and seemed to have no end. Every day, once a day, the infantry of House Baratheon left Harrenhal to face the army of House Targaryen on the battlefield. Even though Enar wasn't afraid of losing soldiers, he still wanted to preserve his forces for the confrontation with the Night King. Losing too many soldiers was completely unacceptable to him, especially considering that it had taken this army almost 10 years to reach its current level. Note, although he had previously founded the Red Faith. Damn, 7 days of war in a row. Visenya sat tiredly in her chair. Her armor had a few bloodstains on it, but there wasn't even a scratch, showing that the enemies hadn't even managed to hit her armor. After undergoing the blood ritual, Visenya felt her strength increasing with each passing day. The first day was more noticeable, but as time passed, this feeling of growing strength became less, although she could still feel that her strength was still increasing. In terms of height, Visenya was proud to say that she had managed to grow about 10 centimeters in 7 days. Although her clothes and armor had to be changed because of her increased height, she didn't mind. As queen, clothes and food were the least she needed. Visenya could still remember the shocked expressions of the sand snakes after noticing her growth. Visenya also discovered that Rhaenys had a similar growth rate, but she wasn't surprised to think that they both went through the blood ritual at the same time. However, another thing that made her happy was her powers. She was currently able to throw a small stone very far. How far, you're wondering, but she didn't know herself, because the small stone simply disappeared from her sight when she used her powers, so the queen didn't know how far she could send other things. But Visenya was happy. Although the progress of the skills was slow, it was still there, and every improvement could bring a feeling of happiness to the Queen of House Targaryen. Well, they're attacking with small forces to consume our strength. Rhaenys, who was in a similar situation to Visenya, commented as she wiped the clotted blood from her face with a wet cloth. Both women took part in these small confrontations every day, leaving them exhausted at the end of the day when the clashes finally ended. "Where's Enar?" Rhaenys asked curiously. She wasn't sharing a room with Enar, so she didn't know what her brother was doing at the moment. "Improving the soldiers of the Red Legion," Visenya replied with a hint of curiosity in her voice. She herself was surprised to learn that ordinary soldiers had undergone the blood ritual process. "Will they possess powers equal to ours?" Rhaenys asked with an expression still incredulous at the sudden news. Shaking her head, Visenya replied in a calm tone. "Not exactly. From what Enar said, the soldiers went through an inferior blood ritual, using the blood of those killed in the war." After hearing this, Rhaenys' expression relaxed. Yes, she was selfish and wanted only members of House Targaryen to have such powers. So knowing that the soldiers would undergo the underblood ritual using the blood of the dead, she was relieved. Whether it was Rhaenys or Visenya, they both knew that the blood of Enar was special, which is why it could make such a transformation in a person. The blood of ordinary people could hardly compare to the blood of their husband. "I'm curious how strong these soldiers will be?" Rhaenys asked again with a curious tone. After all, it was super soldiers she was talking about, a military force that no kingdom in the world could compare to. Just imagining having an army of 100,000 of these super-powered men, Rhaenys knew that House Targaryen could conquer the world without any difficulty. Entire civilizations would be destroyed in the future just for completing her brother's ambitions. However, Rhaenys found nothing wrong with that. After the hell she went through, it made her realize that the world only cares about the strength of the fist and nothing else. Loyalty is nothing in front of other people's anger, hatred, pride, and resentment. From what Enar said, about 5 to 10 times the power of an ordinary man, but it depends a lot on how long the soldiers stayed in the blood. Visenya replied as he poured himself a glass of water and drank with an expression of relief. Our blood ritual didn't hurt at all because of Enar, but the soldiers won't have that luxury and the blood ritual will test their resolve in front of the pain. Visenya commented with a touch of sympathy for these men. Although Visenya didn't know how strong the pain would be, she didn't want to ask or even care. Just from the amused expression on Enar's face, she could imagine that it wouldn't simply be physical pain. Inside a huge tent, Enar looked at the 500 Astartes in front of him with an expression full of relief. The first version of the weakened blood ritual seemed stable and no sign of madness appeared in the soldiers. Which was great news after all. The chimeras used by ancient Valyria didn't know how to think and followed only the most primitive instincts. They were more beast than human and had a great resentment towards anything that was alive. Although such after effects could be explained by the material used in ancient Valyria's blood rituals. Slaves. Resentment of the living was a terrible thing and caused chimeras to go mad. But there was one good thing about sacrificing living humans: the amount of lives needed to turn a person into a chimera was quite economical. In comparison, Enar used the blood of more than 10,000 people to create 500 Astartes. But if he had sacrificed 15,000 people alive, Enar could create at least 2,000 Astartes. But Enar obviously wouldn't do anything like that. Sacrificing 15,000 people was no simple matter. He wasn't the ancient Valyria civilization, which sacrificed 100,000 people every year to support the enormous magical machine that was the Valyria civilization. Honestly, if it hadn't been for the dragons, Enar believed that ancient Valyria wouldn't have been able to survive for 50 years before everyone got together and tried to destroy Valyria. The amount of hatred that ancient Valyria had accumulated over 5 millennia could simply not be described as enormous. Everyone hated Valyria to the core. Sigismund, beat everyone up and start disciplining them. Enar ordered with a calm tone. Enar knew very well that power corrupts. He himself was an example of this. These soldiers could become arrogant after gaining too much power and start having thoughts that a soldier shouldn't have. Not that he didn't trust his soldiers, but that's just human nature. Everyone could change with power and money, and so could these 500 Astartes. Of course, Enar wasn't afraid that these Astartes would rebel. He could use the control he had over the Astartes to discipline and even kill the most rebellious, but he wanted to hide this trump card and take some deserters by surprise. The same was true of the Primarchs, all of whom were under Enar's control and surveillance. In front of chaos gods who could corrupt the human mind and change a person's character and values, Enar was extremely cautious, especially with those at the core of his court. Yes, my king. Sigismund didn't know that he practically had a bomb inside him, ready to explode the moment he had any rebellious thoughts. However, even if he had known, Sigismund would not have harbored any resentment or hatred towards Enar. For it was natural to be wary in front of such powerful enemies. No betrayal could be accepted, including betrayal of himself. Chapter 199, Conspiracy Against a God, 8. Moans of pain and agony could be heard inside the tent. Apart from Enar, Sigismund was still the only one standing. All 500 Astartes were lying on the ground moaning in pain. Some even had broken arms or legs, others had blood dripping from their broken noses. I have disciplined them, my king. Sigismund spoke as he approached Enar, his voice carrying a hint of pleasure as he looked down at the fallen soldiers. That's a good tradition. Something similar will happen every time new Astartes are created, as well as serving to show the strength of the commander to the Astartes themselves. Enar let out a low laugh and commented with a smile on his lips. Sigismund nodded. It really was a great way to discipline the soldiers and show the strength of the commander. The strong always gain admiration from the weaker. It was a natural thing engraved in human genes. Enar looked up towards the sky and couldn't help but flash a sarcastic smile. He could feel the gaze of the god of the 7 faces constantly falling on him. This time it was no different, and he could sense a touch of murderous intent in the gaze of the most revered god in Westeros. He was angry. Enar could feel it. The god was angry at the creation of the Astartes. The king could understand the anger of the god of the 7 faces. The creation of the Astartes had practically changed the course of the world to a degree that no god wanted to see. Humans became stronger. This was a fact that no god, no matter how much they wanted humanity to survive, wanted humanity to grow stronger. Just like Enar's thoughts, the gods knew that as humanity grew stronger, humans would stop believing in the gods. It was like the Renaissance era, where thinking gradually moved away from the divine and focused on science. With science, humans lost their innocence and finally opened their eyes to the corrupt and immoral church. Note, this sentence is not meant to induce hatred or sow discord. I'm a Catholic, so don't misunderstand, but I'm not an extremist and I never will be. Religion is just a spiritual pillar for me and nothing more. How could the gods allow their cattle to stop believing in them? Without faith, could they survive without faith after the end of humanity came again? A smile appeared on Enar's lips as he felt the increasingly murderous gaze upon him. Only then would the god of the seven faces descend on the world again, and when that happened, he would be seriously injured to say the least. Has something happened, my king? Sigismund noticed the cold, murderous look in the king's eyes and asked in a calm, serious tone. It's nothing, just a clown who's angry but doesn't dare fight me. Enar responded by calming down and an amused smile reappeared on his lips. Sigismund didn't ask any more questions and went back to helping the Astartes lying on the ground. Leaving the tent, Enar walked towards the main tent where the army's decisions were made. As soon as he entered, he saw Rhaenys and Visenya with blood on their armor. Besides them, Oberyn looked the most tired. The man was truly exhausted. After being reprimanded by Enar, Oberyn became the one who most wanted to work in the army. The man never missed a battle when it occurred and was always on the front line accompanied by his daughters. Oberyn and the Sand Snakes really made a name for themselves in the army, especially the Sand Snakes. Apart from Obara, who was an extremely muscular and unladylike woman, the other two serpents were beautiful women. These two women were really to the taste of the Northerners and Valley Lords, so Oberyn wasn't happy to receive so many marriage proposals from these Northern and Valley nobles. While others didn't care for Obara, Tormund seemed the opposite. Obara found herself surrounded by the loud red-haired man, which made Obara's sisters laugh at her and start talking about the names of the giant children she and Tormund would have when they got married. But Enar had to admit, Tormund had a peculiar taste in women. Not that he was judging, after all, taste in women was so relative that there was no point in arguing about it. Even Tyrion looked tired. The man had been fighting Tywin day and night in a deadly battle of wits. Enar didn't interfere because he knew that this was Tyrion's way of getting back at his father, and he seemed happy with a war of wits. I see you're all tired, I'm glad. Enar spoke with an amused tone, seeing that everyone was working hard and he was just relaxing. Being king wasn't that difficult, especially when you had competent ministers. At the same time, Enar was not a tyrant with a hunger for power and control. He had no problem delegating power and reflecting while focusing on the most important matters. As king, Enar only needed to point in the direction he wanted the kingdom to go. The rest would be given to the ministers to manage. He had more important things to focus on than the development of the kingdom, especially with the evil gods drawing ever closer and the chaos gods in the distant future. Visenya rolled her eyes in front of her husband's amused words. Standing erect in her chair, she asked with a lazy expression, "Are the soldiers ready?" Enar nodded and didn't hide it from Oberyn and Tyrion. "The 500 Astartes are ready for war." Enar's words confused Oberyn and Tyrion. They didn't know of any army called the Astartes. Without waiting for them to ask, Enar patiently explained in a calm tone, "Adeptus Astartes isn't an army, it's a rank that soldiers will receive after undergoing certain training." Oberyn and Tyrion didn't understand the rank part, but they did understand that Adeptus Astartes were elite soldiers trained by magic. Magic was never considered a secret in Volantis. They had personally seen magic they had never even thought of seeing in their lives. How strong did they get? Rhaenys asked curiously. Although she couldn't be as strong as the Astartes right now, she had infinite potential compared to those 500 Astartes. Just imagine that the Astartes were already born adults and had no more room to develop and become stronger. In comparison, Titus, Sigismund, Visenya and Rhaenys grew stronger at a much slower pace, but had the potential to be true demigods and gods. The strongest has 7 times the strength of an ordinary man and the weakest has 4 times the strength.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, Stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Of an ordinary man. Enar's words made Oberyn and Tyrion's eyes widen in utter disbelief. They had seen Sigismund's fight against Jaime and understood perfectly what Enar's words meant. They both looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Previously they had thought that Titus and Sigismund were just a rare event, but Enar's words destroyed that preposition in an instant. Now knowing that these soldiers could be mass-produced simply overturned all logic in the world for them. House Targaryen was invincible. That was Oberyn and Tyrion's conclusion after processing the information in their minds. Of this they had not the slightest shadow of doubt. Just imagining an entire army of Sigismund's strength made them realize how lucky they were to be on the winning side of this civil war. At the same time, the pressure on their shoulders seemed infinitely weaker. Fighting the Night King had become a recurring burden for both Enar ministers, and no one could blame them for feeling afraid in front of monsters like the White Walkers and the Night King. "Your Grace, how many of these soldiers can be trained in a year?" Tyrion quickly asked while completely forgetting his exhaustion. "That's relative. I need blood to transform the soldiers, so the more blood I have, the more Astartes I can create." Enar made no secret of it and spoke directly of the materials needed to turn ordinary soldiers into Astartes. Tyrion wasn't surprised. He had read about ancient Valyria's blood magic, so he really wasn't surprised to learn that the king needed blood. The blood of almost 15,000 people managed to create 500 Astartes. Enar spoke, causing Tyrion to nod. As he had expected, the price of creating such soldiers was indeed great. They weren't talking about 15,000 cows or sheep, but 15,000 people. And conflicts that could cause so many deaths were not common. "Your Grace, let's delay the final war as long as possible and kill the soldiers of House Baratheon and Lannister." Tyrion didn't care if these people would be his vassals and people in the future. The war to decide if humanity would survive was approaching, sacrifices had to be made, and he was willing to kill as many people as possible to create more Astartes. Enar looked at the dwarf in front of him and smiled. One of the reasons he liked Tyrion was that the man could see the current situation rationally and coldly. Perhaps he had inherited that part from Tywin. "Tyrion, if your performance is satisfactory, I will personally use blood magic to cure you of your deformities." Enar's words made Tyrion's eyes go wide. However, the hand of the king soon calmed down and bowed to Enar. "I will fulfill your trust in me, Your Grace." Tyrion's eyes were completely cold and he was ready to start a massacre. As for the rest, he didn't care and didn't even want to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to be healed and finally be a normal person in the eyes of the world. Chapter 200, The Nexus of Time and Space I. Seeing that his proposal made Tyrion infinitely more motivated, Enar didn't doubt in the slightest that the hand of the king would be able to massacre all the enemy soldiers without any hesitation. Human beings are selfish, especially when it involves anything to do with themselves. Tyrion was no different, especially as he had suffered all sorts of things growing up. The man had probably dreamed of being normal for decades, and now that there was a chance of this happening, of course he would accept it without hesitation, regardless of how cruel the method might be. Revenge and interests together could make men move mountains. Never underestimate a person blinded by their own hatred and resentment. Seeing the dwarf leave, Visenya couldn't help but comment. "Your manipulative husband?" However, there was no tone of accusation in her voice, as if it was natural for Enar to manipulate everyone. If a king doesn't know how to manipulate others, he might as well abdicate. Rhaenys said with a touch of sarcasm in her voice. In her eyes, a king had to know how to control his vassals or chaos would reign in the court. You could say that manipulation and balance is something every monarch should learn while sitting on the throne. Alias, Enar. Thinking of something, Rhaenys asked curiously. "Who taught you how to rule? Is the Maester of Winterfell fit to teach royal court matters? Have all Eddard's sons received this level of education?" Before answering, Enar looked at Oberyn and the man understood what the king's gaze meant. He bowed to all the members of House Targaryen and left the tent. Enar's actions only intensified the curiosity of both women. It had been a long time since Enar had been so cautious with the information he had. "To tell you the truth, I had 2 teachers." Enar commented with an amused smile, remembering Visenya I and Rhaenys I. Both women were practically his mothers. They taught a boy who never touched matters of state and turned him into a true prince worthy of the throne. "Who?" Rhaenys asked, no longer able to satisfy her growing curiosity. From what Enar said, he had 2 teachers, and from the tone of his voice, they were 2 women. The 2 wives of Aegon the Conqueror. Queen Visenya I Targaryen and Queen Rhaenys I Targaryen. Enar's words made both women go wide-eyed. After all, the names Enar spoke practically died hundreds of years ago. Rhaenys even looked around, worried that there was a ghost around. Just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Enar couldn't help but find the reaction of the 2 women funny. They weren't afraid of fighting a god, but they seemed to be afraid of ghosts, which was very interesting to say the least. My mind and consciousness are different from all the others. Enar spoke and didn't hide anything from his future wives. My mind is connected to a dimensional plane called the space-time nexus, and my consciousness is able to control the nexus, thus being able to bring the consciousness of other dead people into the nexus. Visenya and Rhaenys opened their mouths in shock, even though Enar had spoken many words they didn't know, but they both understood what he could do. Enar could practically have all the teachers he wanted, regardless of whether they were dead or not. Does that mean you can summon all our dead relatives? Rhaenys asked with a gasp, her feelings practically becoming a sea of chaotic thoughts. Doesn't that mean she could find her mother and brother? Enar didn't even need to read Rhaenys' thoughts to know what his sister was thinking at that moment. Yes, I can. He answered in the affirmative. Enar, can I talk to my mother and see my little brother? Rhaenys quickly came to Enar's side and asked with a pleading tone, her eyes practically begging him to accept her proposal. Enar hesitated to accept. Not that he was a foolish person to deny such a desperate request from his own sister, but he himself knew how dangerous his mind was. Even with his protection, Rhaenys could barely stay an hour in the same dream as him, let alone enter the time-space nexus. In the end, Enar didn't refuse Rhaenys' request, but he sternly warned his sister with a solemn expression. Rhaenys, you have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, your mind will begin to be assimilated by the time-space nexus. Rhaenys, Visenya, and his mother, who were in the time-space nexus, had no such danger, as they were dead and could not be affected by time and space, but Rhaenys was different. She was alive and time would eat away at her soul until she became an insignificant part of the time-space nexus. Rhaenys nodded vigorously. Don't say 10 minutes, even a second she could accept without any hesitation. Visenya gave Rhaenys a pitying look. Although living in exile was difficult and dangerous, at least she had her mother and sister to share the burden with her, but Rhaenys had no one but her cousins and uncles. Although their love was similar and equally intense, it was nothing like the love of a mother or father for their son or daughter. Let's go to my tent, it's better if we're both lying in bed. Enar knew this and so he accepted, but at the same time he also wanted to see his 3 mothers. It had been a long time since he had seen them, although they probably wouldn't even notice the passage of time. Unable to wait any longer, Rhaenys took Enar's hand and dragged him into the king's personal tent, regardless of the ambiguous looks from the soldiers who saw everything. As soon as Rhaenys opened her eyes, she found herself in an imposing black castle on a stony island. She knew exactly where she was. Dragonstone? However, the majesty of the castle was overshadowed by the woman with olive skin and long black hair, holding an adorable baby with light hair and purplish-blue eyes. Tears streamed down Rhaenys' face as she practically ran towards the woman with all her speed. Which was no small feat, the girl could run faster than any human trained for years. Elia only saw a silver-haired figure before she felt her body embraced by a soft but very powerful body. Still stunned by everything that was happening, Elia looked down and saw a girl hugging her and Aegon tightly while whimpering and sniffling like a small child after missing her parents. However, every time Elia looked at the girl, the more she felt a sense of familiarity with the girl who was hugging her. However, Elia's body stiffened at the girl's next words. Muna, I've missed you so much. Note, Muna equals mother in High Valyrian. Rhaenys? Elia asked with an incredulous and confused tone. Cough. Knowing that Rhaenys had no time to lose, Enar faked a cough to wake Rhaenys up. Enar's cough made Elia look at the young man, but what she saw shocked her even more. Rhaegar? Elia asked with an even more confused tone. She felt happy to see her husband, but soon noticed some differences. Rhaegar had silver blonde hair and indigo eyes, but the young man in front of her had white gold hair and deep purple eyes. At the same time, his eyebrows, cheeks and chin were slightly different. Perhaps other people wouldn't notice, but she knew every corner of her husband. Good mother. Enar greeted the woman according to Westeros standards. Are you Enar, Lyanna's son? Hearing the young man call her good mother, Elia almost instantly understood Enar's origin. After all, Lyanna was her husband's second wife and she had met the young lady of House Stark, even helping to choose the baby's name, whether it was a boy or a girl. Without waiting for Elia's reaction, Enar simply transferred some information into Elia's mind to save time and give mother and daughter a chance to talk more. After that, Enar stepped aside and let them talk undisturbed. As Enar waited for the conversation to end, he was hugged from behind and smelled a familiar scent. Winter roses. Chapter 201, The Nexus of Time and Space 2. How are you, dear mother? Enar asked, knowing who was hugging him from behind. Only his mother smelled like that. I'm fine, it's only been a few hours since you sent me here. The queens were kind and took me in. Lyanna, who was a young girl of 16, spoke with a lively tone full of admiration, mentioning Rhaenys eye and Visenya eye. Enar laughed and thought that his mother was really lovely. As for the time Lyanna had mentioned, he wasn't at all surprised. Years had passed in reality, but inside the time-space nexus, no more than a few hours had passed. However, Lyanna soon noticed something incredibly wrong. Lifting her head, the lady of House Stark struggled to see her son's face. Realizing something, she turned, and moving closer to her son, she realized how much he had grown. What did Ned feed you to make you grow so much in just a few hours? Lyanna asked with a shocked and very adorable expression in Enar's eyes. The cute, adorable teenager had completely disappeared, replaced by angular, elegant, mature, and strong features. Well, it's been almost 2 years since we last met, Mom, Enar said with a laugh as he watched Lyanna's face turn into pure confusion. Almost 2 years? However, the woman simply started scolding Enar for not visiting her for so long. Almost 2 years were no different than hours for her, but she still scolded her son just as any mother would after discovering that her son had gone off somewhere and taken a long time to return. After scolding Enar for a few more seconds, she caught her breath, dropped the subject, and talked about the new visitors. This confused Enar for a moment, but he soon understood her words. Because of the holy war Daenerys was preparing for under his orders, his subconscious brought forth one of the culprits responsible for leaving hidden dangers within the dynasty for him to resolve after so long. Jaehaerys I Targaryen, the old king, and his queen, Alysanne I Targaryen, the good queen. While Enar was talking to Lyanna, meanwhile, on the balcony of the king's room, 4 people were drinking juice, 3 women and 1 man. Visenya I, Rhaenys I, Alysanne I, and Jaehaerys I. Who would have thought that the shy child from back then would become such a competent king? Visenya, with her aged appearance, commented with a touch of sarcasm, remembering Jaehaerys' youth. Adversity makes people mature, Jaehaerys retorted, his tone equally sarcastic, not hiding the disgust in his voice for the woman before him. Still just as weak and childish, Rhaenys, Visenya commented, perhaps intentionally misnaming him or comparing him to his less-regarded predecessor. The descendants of Rhaenys are always like that, weak. Her words made Rhaenys look at her sister with an offended expression. I literally did nothing and you're accusing me, she thought. I'm not weak, Visenya, Jaehaerys spoke, his tone cold, indifferent, yet regal and powerful. A king must be cold in his decisions. Only a rational king can lead the kingdom toward greater prosperity. That's why I like Enar best. He's a good boy and will make a better king than you, brat. Perhaps only Visenya dared to call Jaehaerys a brat, for no other person dared to speak to one of the most prestigious kings of the Targaryen dynasty in such a tone. However, Visenya's words made Alysanne, who had been silent, speak up for the first time. I assume he's the current king? No. To be more precise, he is the current contestant for the Iron Throne. Visenya's words made Jaehaerys and Alysanne's expressions change dramatically. Visenya's words indicated that Enar was in contention for the throne, which meant civil war in the eyes of the husband and wife. Civil war. Jaehaerys put aside all dislike for Visenya at that moment and asked with a worried tone. He had been through a civil war and knew how terrible it was when Targaryens fought each other, especially with dragons. It's worse than a civil war, Visenya commented, her tone cold and murderous. The one on the Iron Throne is Robert I Baratheon. Jaehaerys and Alysanne's expressions showed disbelief as they listened to Visenya's words. How, in the name of Balerion, did House Baratheon manage to overthrow our dynasty? Even with all the calm and wisdom cultivated over decades of experience, Alysanne asked, her tone confused, angry, and equally murderous. She could accept a civil war because, in the end, a Targaryen would sit on the Iron Throne, but she would never allow another house to occupy it. In the Second Civil War, known as the Dance of the Dragons, all the dragons were killed, Rhaenys spoke, taking over from her sister who was about to mock Jaehaerys further, for it was the successor Jaehaerys had chosen who had brought about the fall of the dynasty. It was his useless successor who caused all this. Because he wasn't strong enough, he remarried, fathering a male child. As Viserys' heir was a woman, ambitious houses joined forces with Viserys' son Aegon II, which culminated in civil war and consequently the death of all the dragons, Visenya explained, her tone sarcastic and full of disdain for Jaehaerys' choice of successor. Jaehaerys closed his eyes and sat quietly in his chair, a bitter laugh escaping his flabby lips. Even though he was very old, the man seemed to have aged even more. "I told you this would happen, Jaehaerys," Alysanne said, holding her husband's hand. Despite the fights, sadness, and anger the couple had endured over 50 years of marriage, they still loved each other deeply. "You should have set a precedent back then and named Daenerys as heir. The impact of Viserys' daughter becoming heir would have been much less. With your help, the impact could have been lessened and none of this might have happened." A look of pain flashed across Queen Alysanne's eyes. She had seen all her sons and daughters die or be exiled, and there was nothing more painful than a mother losing her beloved children. Jaehaerys squeezed his wife's hand but didn't respond, remaining silent as he regretted his choices over the years. "Fortunately, Enar has hatched new dragons and is about to begin his conquest of Westeros again," Rhaenys said, trying to lighten the mood as she looked at her descendants with a complex gaze. Although Visenya was an extremist in terms of using power to solve things, there was one thing she was right about. If you can't solve everything with power, it means you're not powerful enough. A relieved look appeared in Alysanne's eyes. She hadn't met this descendant of hers, but judging by Visenya and Rhaenys' proud tones, he must be a good king. "Humph," Visenya snorted coldly. "If it weren't for your inability to choose an heir, the fate of our dynasty wouldn't rest on the shoulders of a 14-year-old boy." Visenya's words made Jaehaerys even more despondent. Enar's experience was similar to his own. How could he not know the weight of such a fate on his shoulders? But Enar's fate was even worse than his own. "Grandma, please don't speak so badly of my husband," Alysanne defended him, her gaze strong and resolute. "We lost all our children. We had to rely on fate, but all our sons and daughters died or were exiled. Aemon would have been the perfect king to succeed my husband, but he died. Baelon was a worthy successor, but he died, along with his brothers and sisters." Visenya visibly softened, sympathetic to Alysanne's experience of seeing all her children die. "I'm just angry about past events." "I know you've had difficulties too," the queen spoke, her tone tired and sad. "Almost all members of House Targaryen have had sad and miserable fates." Suddenly, a young man's voice sounded in the room, fun and playful, breaking the solemn and sad atmosphere hanging in the air. What a heavy atmosphere. It's like ghosts are talking again. Wait, ghosts really are talking to each other again. Chapter 202, The Nexus of Time and Space 3. Jaehaerys looked at the exceptionally tall young man with surprise. The last person he had seen so tall was Maegor, and Enar surpassed even him in height. This immediately soured the old king's impression of this young king. He hated anything that reminded him of Maegor. "Enar!" Visenya exclaimed with surprise. Seeing how tall Enar was, she realized years must have passed outside the time-space nexus. "Dear teachers, it's been almost 3 years since we last saw each other. Even after all this time, you both look more beautiful than ever," Enar commented with a smile, looking at the two women who had taught him everything about ruling and fighting. Rhaenys couldn't help but laugh, noticing Enar was much more natural when talking to women than before. She imagined the young man had likely won the hearts of countless women. "I'm old. The word pretty can hardly be attributed to me anymore, brat." While saying this, Visenya's lips curved slightly in a satisfied smile. Who doesn't appreciate a compliment? However, her smile vanished as she asked solemnly, "How is the war going?" She knew Enar must have already begun his conquest, a matter of utmost importance that would decide the fate of humanity. "It's going well. 4 of the 7 kingdoms have already bent the knee." Enar sat down between Visenya and Rhaenys. He commented with a calm smile. A glass of wine materialized in his hand, making Rhaenys' eyes shine with an intensity that brought a smile to his face. "Finally wine. Rhaenys said excitedly, snatching the glass and taking a long, deep sip of the purplish liquid. Seeing Rhaenys drink for 2 full minutes without pausing for breath, Enar felt Aegon had been truly fortunate to have such a wife. But houses Arryn and Greyjoy have declared themselves kings. House Tully lost its power long ago, they are merely paramounts without armies now, Enar added, making Visenya snort coldly. Burn them all to ashes. As for House Tully, since they're useless, simply appoint another house as Lord Paramount. Enar couldn't help but laugh at Visenya's direct answer. The woman was still the same as he remembered. Don't worry, Queen. The young Mountain King spoke rudely to Caraxes and was reduced to ashes instantly. Visenya looked pleased to hear the false king had been reduced to ashes by Enar's dragon. Well done. You've handled it better than Enys's trash would have. He would probably try to settle the war through dialogue. Rhaenys stopped drinking her wine and looked at her sister resentfully. For some reason, every word out of her sister's mouth subtly criticized her, leaving her speechless. At the same time, she felt a twinge of guilt for her son. Because of her premature death, her son hadn't been raised by her or Aegon, which contributed to his perceived weakness and incompetence. She had heard from Visenya what happened to Enys and Maegor, which left her speechless. If Aegon had been in Enys's position, he would have killed Maegor, eliminating any danger to his throne. Just as Rhaenys was about to say something, Jaehaerys asked calmly, "What happened to the Lords of the Vale after the false king was killed?" Enar finally looked at the old man before him with a touch of indifference. "They knelt to the new Lord of the Vale, whom I appointed myself." "You're not as rough and cruel as you appear." A compliment laced with subtle sarcasm formed on Jaehaerys' lips. "Not cruel? I have burned tens of thousands to death, including women and children," Enar commented sarcastically, looking at the old king with an increasingly unkind gaze. If Jaehaerys had possessed the courage, he would have saved me a lot of trouble, especially by weakening the faith of the Seven. Jaehaerys' expression turned indifferent upon hearing Enar's words. "A tyrant just like Maegor," he spoke, his tone hostile and even murderous, revealing how deeply Maegor had traumatized him. "Yes, I am indeed a tyrant. Anyone who disobeys me will die, as will houses Tully, Lannister, and Baratheon," Enar replied arrogantly, particularly enjoying Jaehaerys' slightly annoyed expression. "I have killed tens of thousands, saving hundreds of thousands more lives in the process," he added, making Jaehaerys' expression turn even colder. "You will rule over ashes," the old king said sarcastically. "I will rule a kingdom I can mold to my desire. There will be no faith of the Seven, no order of maesters. Ordinary people will be able to study and choose their own futures. The world will finally be able to progress," Enar instantly retorted. "Old man, if you had possessed the courage, you would have destroyed the faith of the 7 years ago," Enar stated, adding with extreme contempt, "If my wife had suffered an assassination attempt, I would have flown to Old Town and burned it to ashes. You did not do that, you cowardly king." Jaehaerys, however, laughed at Enar's perceived naivety. "Naive boy, you despise me, but if I had done as you suggest, the entire kingdom would have rebelled. The fragile Targaryen dynasty would have been destroyed, and you would never have been born." "I think you're the naive one," Enar replied coldly. "You think everyone would rebel? What a joke. People value their lives more than you imagine, old man. Don't say everyone, I'd be surprised if even 30% rebelled. If I were you, I would have undermined the faith's reputation, introduced new gods, and pitted the religions against each other while subtly eroding the already weakened standing of the faith of the Seven. Then finally, after decades, I would have destroyed it. You call me naive, but in my eyes, you're just an old fool who thinks dialogue solves anything in a world where force speaks louder." Every word was like a knife twisting in Jaehaerys' resolute heart. The old king's expression became uncertain and doubtful. He processed Enar's words, calculating the chances of success. To his dismay, he realized the chances of Enar's plan succeeding were very high. If Jaehaerys had done what Enar suggested, he supposed that by the end of his reign, the faith of the Seven would have been nothing more than a third-rate force on the continent. "Do you know the worst thing you allowed?" Enar asked, his tone calmer now, looking sympathetically at the old woman beside Jaehaerys. "The faith of the Seven poisoned your sons and daughters. The poison itself wasn't immediately deadly, but it left the infants' bodies weak and susceptible to disease. During the nearly 300 years of our dynasty, hundreds of infants and children were killed this way. My own grandmother buried countless sons and daughters due to this weakness. The words made even the calm and serene expression of one of the most formidable women in Westeros change dramatically. Her hand trembled as tears welled in her clear, lilac eyes. Even Jaehaerys shuddered at Enar's words. The old king's lips trembled as he froze, processing the profoundly shocking and sorrowful information. Visenya and Rhaenys looked equally grim, extreme anger burning in their eyes. If they could, both women would have mounted their dragons and burned Old Town to the ground until nothing remained but ashes, all to avenge the hundreds of infants and children cruelly killed by the poison. Alysanne proved herself worthy of being one of the most prestigious queens Westeros had ever known. Despite the pain and fury raging within her, the queen composed herself. Yet, Enar could see she resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Holding his wife's hand, Jaehaerys whispered, his tone desolate and sorrowful, "Forgive me, wife. I was weak. I didn't realize something so obvious." Alysanne held her husband's hand tighter. She didn't blame Jaehaerys entirely, for she herself had advised him to seek peace for the realm. Thus, the fault was not solely Jaehaerys's, it was hers as well. She felt just as weak for allowing such an atrocity, and not only had her own children been killed, but also the children of all the queens who came after her. Alysanne felt like a sinner, unworthy to stand before Visenya and Rhaenys, the great founding queens of Westeros. Chapter 203, The Nexus of Time and Space 4. How is the war going? After a while, Jaehaerys asked with an obviously calmer tone. Any hostility and enmity he had previously felt towards Enar disappeared completely at that moment. Looking at the extraordinarily tall young man in front of him, Jaehaerys showed a complex look, but soon became the indifferent, cold king he usually was. That's not to say he was angry, but he had been for decades. King's Landing was conquered by my first wife and my grandmother. They are at this very moment, with the 90,000 soldiers of House Tyrell, preparing to attack Old Town. Seeing that he had destroyed the animosity Jaehaerys had towards him, Enar gave him a satisfied look and explained the course of the war. Then he continued speaking. On the second front line in the Riverlands, I am fighting with my second and third wives against the armies of House Lannister and Baratheon, who are stationed in Harrenhal. The armies of the north, the Vale and the Riverlands are at my side as we lay siege to the castle. Although he despised some of Jaehaerys' deeds, no one could deny that the man knew how to rule, especially after a brutal civil war and a brutal war with the Faith of the Seven. The kingdom was weakened and very tense. Having a king like Jaehaerys allowed the people to accept the Targaryen dynasty even more. Even today, many remember the almost 80 years of peace and prosperity that Jaehaerys allowed Westeros to have, and this was not something trivial over the thousands of years of war in the Age of the Hundred Kingdoms. Where a kingdom could exist one day and the next day, it had already ceased to exist. A thoughtful look appeared on Jaehaerys' face after hearing how the war was going. Enar's situation was much better than he had expected. Although the boy said he was a cruel monarch, how could someone cruel gain the support of so many great noble houses? How many soldiers in total? Jaehaerys asked with a calm, unconsciously commanding tone. Which naturally made Enar frown. He could tolerate Jaehaerys, but that didn't mean he liked hearing someone speak to him in that commanding tone. He wasn't Jaehaerys' vassal, he was the current king of House Targaryen. Jaehaerys hadn't noticed this, as it was natural for him to speak in a commanding tone, but Alysanne quickly realized this and whispered in her husband's ear, causing Jaehaerys' expression to change slightly, and under Enar's surprised eyes, the old king's posture changed, becoming more casual and sloppy. "How many soldiers are under your command, your grace?" Jaehaerys asked again, but this time he gave Enar the respect he deserved as king. "I don't know the exact number, as it's impossible to count so many people exactly, but it's around 220,000 men and women," Enar replied, looking at Jaehaerys with a different look than before. The old king really knew how to adapt to circumstances. The number Enar spoke of made Visenya, Rhaenys, Jaehaerys and Alysanne look at the boy in surprise. Their astonishment was understandable. After Aegon's conquest, the continent of Westeros saw a significant increase in population, since wars were no longer frequent and couples could reproduce. But whether it was Jaehaerys or Visenya, they could never have imagined that the great noble houses would have such large armies over time. Especially House Tyrell, the staggering number of 90,000 soldiers was worrying to say the least in Jaehaerys' eyes. With no dragons to control the great noble houses, Jaehaerys had to commend some of his descendants for holding the kingdom together, albeit at a rather dangerous fragility, as any disagreement could lead to a full-scale rebellion, and with no dragons to defend against such vast armies, the future of the Targaryen dynasty was worrying. However, as we don't have the logistics to supply so many people, I've had to divide the war into two fronts, one in the Riverlands and the other in King's Landing. Enar spoke with an obviously helpless tone. Although splitting up the army was a good move, mainly to force the God of the Seven Faces to choose a side in the war, he still preferred the whole army to be together. However, a backward agricultural society could not supply such a large consumption of people, which made such a large army somewhat expendable in Enar's eyes. Jaehaerys understood Enar's difficulty, but didn't comment on the war, especially after hearing about the 200,000 soldiers. If Enar could control so many people, the boy didn't need any help. However, the old king noticed that Enar had 3 wives and looked rather displeased at the young king. The boy was looking more and more like Maegor, which displeased him a little. "Don't look at me like that, my wives are all dragon riders, I'll never let a second dragon dance happen, dragons are only from House Targaryen and no one else." Enar came up with a very believable excuse so as not to upset the old king even more. Alysanne couldn't help laughing when she heard this, the sadness in her heart fading slightly. "How will you deal with the succession, Your Grace?" the queen asked in a gentle, wise tone, ready to advise the young king. "My first daughter Alysanne will be my heir and will sit on the throne after me," Enar replied without any hesitation. Many might ask why not choose a man as heir, but Enar knew that if he were to die one day, only Alysanne could continue his legacy and lead humanity to survive longer. His other sons and daughters weren't as competent or even fit to be emperor or empress in his place. As for those who wouldn't accept Alysanne as his heir, Enar would show them the true strength of a tyrant. Hearing this, Alysanne looked at Enar with a gentler gaze. She felt flattered that the heir to the throne would be named after her, and she admired the young king, who dared to break the archaic and stupid traditions. Jaehaerys wanted to say something, but looking at his wife's face, he closed his mouth and said nothing to change Enar's mind. Enar looked at Jaehaerys' expression and wanted to laugh. What the man was thinking was practically written on his forehead. However, there was no one who could change his thoughts. Alysanne would be his heir and that wouldn't change for anything. "Honestly, I'm not worried about the war." Refilling his wine glass, Enar spoke in a calm tone. "At this very moment, the Night King with his army of whites is heading south. Hundreds of thousands of whites, commanded by thousands of White Walkers." He spoke with a solemn tone. 500 Astartes was far from enough to fight so many White Walkers and then face the long night, where monsters attacked humanity like never before. That's why Enar wanted more people to die. The more Astartes he had, the stronger the lines of defense became, and he could concentrate on more important matters. "The prophecy is being fulfilled in your time?" Jaehaerys asked with a shocked tone. The prophecy of ice and fire had always been something passed down from king to crown prince. There were no exceptions, but knowing that the prophecy's time had indeed come made the old king's expression slightly nervous. "It's not as complicated as you think. The problem is the gods watching me every moment. These divine bastards are too cautious." Enar understood Jaehaerys' nervousness, but in his eyes the Night King was only a minor obstacle. Whoever was behind the Night King was really the source of the problem. "Gods," Alysanne murmured with a complicated expression. She looked at the young man in front of her and couldn't help but admire him even more. How many people were calmed by the knowledge that he was an enemy of the gods? She had no doubt that even Aegon the Conqueror would be frightened and horrified in front of such a fact, but Enar was calm and showed no trace of fear on his face. Alysanne prided herself on her ability to guess people's thoughts from their expressions. It had always been her gift, and she had uncovered countless conspiracies with this ability. But at this moment she saw no signs of fear in Enar, showing that the young man really didn't fear the gods, he just thought it would be complicated. Chapter 204, The Nexus of Time and Space v. "You're a good king, Enar." Alysanne spoke with a genuine tone. She could imagine any other pretender to the throne would fail miserably in the situation House Targaryen currently found itself in. There were enemies on all sides. Enar not only had to reclaim the throne, but also fight the Night King while still preparing for the long night. Honestly, she herself didn't see herself capable of accomplishing what Enar was doing at the moment. "I'm not as incredible as you think, Queen Alysanne. I'm just a pawn in the hands of a great being." Enar didn't think he was incredible, he was a pawn used by another god and nothing more, just like the Night King. But unlike the Night King, Enar didn't plan to remain a pawn forever, he wanted to be a player on the chessboard and not just a pawn that could be discarded. So he himself didn't think he was as incredible as Alysanne had said, just another pawn in a great chess game the size of entire universes. Alysanne didn't speak and remained silent with a smile on her lips. The modesty in Enar's words only made her feel that she hadn't told a lie. "You move very fast, Enar." Lyanna, who had just arrived in the room, spoke with a dissatisfied tone at having been left behind. Her gray eyes looked at her son with a resentful look, which made Enar smile. "You walk very slowly, my dear mother." Enar teased his mother with a gentle, amused tone. Seeing the girl always brought relief to his soul, which was strange to say the least. "Queen Visenya, look at my son taller than Maegor." No longer caring that she had been left behind, Lyanna spoke in a voice full of pride as she tried to put her hand on Enar's shoulder, but failed miserably. Knowing she wouldn't be able to touch her son's shoulder, Lyanna quickly stopped trying and acted as if nothing had happened. "Yes, I saw it, child." For Lyanna, Visenya had affection, kindness, and gratitude. The girl from House Stark was sweet, strong, lively. Honestly, the girl was everything the queen wanted in a daughter. Unfortunately, the gods only gave her one son, Maegor. Rhaenys also looked at Lyanna fondly. If she had known that the Starks were so interesting, she would have arranged a marriage with House Stark for Aenys. If her son had a woman with such willpower and courage, perhaps the end of her son's story would not have ended in tragedy. Alysanne also liked the lively and wild as a horse young woman. The girl reminded her of Alyssa in every sense of the word. "What are you two talking about so seriously?" Lying down on the sofa in a casual and very sloppy manner for a lady, Lyanna asked with a curious tone, noticing the tension hanging in the air. Harrenhal frowned subtly at his lips, seeing how casual the young woman was in front of such important people, especially her lack of manners and elegance. If it had been his daughter, he would have had the royal guard lock the girl up for a month in her room. Which, by the way, he rarely did, even with Alyssa, whom he considered a boy in a girl's body. Alysanne had always been strict with her daughter's upbringing and had always allowed the girls to express themselves in the way they liked best, so he rarely educated his daughters. Remembering the daughter he himself had exiled, a dark look appeared on Harrenhal's face, but he put it aside when he saw that everyone treated Lyanna in a very special way. "War, dear mother." Enar replied with a laugh. "I had a talk with Robert a few days ago." Lyanna showed an expression of displeasure, remembering the fiancé she deeply despised. "Humph! How many bastards has he sired over the years?" Lyanna asked with a sarcastic tone, having no doubts about her fiancé's dubious character. "Too many to count." Enar replied with a laugh. "He cheated on Cersei with dozens of whores every month and didn't hesitate to take the whores to the royal chambers." Alysanne and Harrenhal frowned deeply. Just the thought of the Red Keep becoming a brothel made both king and queen want to kill Robert Baratheon. "I knew it!" Lyanna exclaimed and spoke with a triumphant tone. "I told Ned that love doesn't change someone's nature. It seems I'm right." "Well, most of those bastard children were killed by Cersei. The woman is really determined." Enar commented, remembering the deaths of the babies, children, young men and women. Those who escaped were not in King's Landing and Cersei could not have known of their existence. Lyanna's smile disappeared. "That blonde peacock is very cruel." She muttered angrily, Cersei's actions really annoying the lady of House Stark. Although she disliked Robert, she wouldn't wish death on anyone's children, not even her worst enemy. Looking at his mother's angry expression, Enar promised not to tell her what he had done in Volatins. He was sure he would be reprimanded for years, and he didn't want to go through such torture for many years. "Uhu?" Enar seemed to notice something and looked at reality, more precisely at King's Landing and the ships approaching the city. He estimated that there were 20,000 men. He recognized the coat of arms of the Golden Company. His gaze fell on the young man at the bow of the ship. He had blue hair and lilac eyes. He looked handsome and heroic. The arrogant and naive Blackfyre. Enar muttered to himself, but his mutter was heard by everyone, but only Lyanna understood what Blackfyre meant. The 6th Blackfyre rebellion at this time? Lyanna asked curiously, her eyes sparkling at the thought of taking part in such a battle, but she remembered that she was dead and couldn't fight alongside her son. "Friday?" Harrenhal asked with a somber tone. "Who is House Blackfyre to dare to be a pretender to the Iron Throne?" Aegon IV was called unworthy because he had countless mistresses, who had sons and daughters. Some of these bastards were called great bastards, who were legitimized by Aegon IV before he died. Daemon Blackfire, who wielded the ancestral sword Blackfire, rebelled using Blackfire as his symbol and orthodoxy. Lyanna explained with a glint in her eye, remembering the names of Aegon IV's great bastards. In the end, Aegon lost, but his descendants continued to try to take the Iron Throne. This happened 5 times. Everyone's expression was grim to the extreme. House Targaryen without dragons had become complete madness. Their descendants had simply thrown the Targaryen name in the mud and then stomped on it. Not satisfied, they had pissed on it. Does that mean that in addition to the dragons, we've lost our ancestral swords? Alysanne asked incredulously. What can I say? Although they are the blood of Aegon, Visenya and Rhaenys, it doesn't mean that they are great men and women. Enar shrugged and spoke casually. In fact, although Aegon IV is a bad king, there have been many good kings like Daeron I, Mikar I, Viserys II, Aegon V. There have also been great men like Aemon, Dragon Knight, who served as a king's guard, and Brynden Rivers, one of the great bastards. Our lineage has produced great men and women. Everyone's gloomy expressions were finally relieved by Enar's words. The Targaryen name had not been lost to the unworthy, and fortunately, great men and women had been born. Is the 6th Blackfire Rebellion going to happen? Jaehaerys asked with a cold tone. The idea of exterminating this entire lineage and recovering Blackfire was born in his mind, and no one could erase it. To be precise, this trash is posing as Elya's dead son, trying to reclaim a throne that never belonged to him. When Enar had finished speaking, Lyanna was furious. How dare he use Aegon's name to satiate his greed for power, you filthy bastard! She spoke with a growl. If there were 2 people she loved in life, it was Rhaegar and Elia, both of whom accepted her for who she was. Life between the 2 of them was perfect, and if it hadn't been for what had happened, she would have been queen alongside Elia and helped Rhaegar rule the kingdom. Now that someone had dared to use her good son's name, Lyanna was completely furious and wanted to kill Aegon with her bare hands. Visenya and Rhaenys frowned. Using the name of a dead child to compete for the throne was despicable even by their standards. Don't worry, mother. Enar spoke with a gentle tone, calming the young woman. I'll let Rhaenys deal with that filthy piece of trash. Lyanna nodded and rested her head on her son's chest, her gray eyes showing that she was still furious at the news. Chapter 205, The Golden Company. My queen, a fleet of ships has been sighted approaching King's Landing. From the fleet's crest, Lord Montfort says that the fleet of ships belongs to the Golden Company. Merrick didn't enter the room and spoke from behind the door. Merrick's gaze focused on Titus, who was guarding the door. There was only a look of admiration on his face, looking at his commander. What did you say? Daenerys, who was relaxing in her room reading a book, was surprised by Merrick's words. Golden Company. Daenerys' expression couldn't have been more incredulous at that moment. Remembering the origin of the Golden Company, the Queen's expression turned cold. They dare show up at this moment. A murderous look appeared in Daenerys' eyes. The arrival of the Golden Company showed that they considered her weak and were about to start the 6th Blackfire Rebellion. But no matter how much Daenerys searched her mind, there had been no rumors of any Blackfire in Essos for a long time, and the last male descendant of the Blackfire line, Maelys Blackfire the Monstrous, had been killed by Barristan Selmy's sword. It doesn't matter, anyone who dares to attack King's Landing must be killed. Daenerys discovered that it didn't matter who was leading the Golden Company, since they dared to attack, they must be killed. House Targaryen had finally managed to reclaim King's Landing, and she couldn't afford to lose the city. However, the outbreak of a probable war actually prevented her from focusing on Old Town according to the plan Enar had drawn up with her and Rhaenys. Titus. Daenerys called out to the commander of the Red Legion. At the same moment, the bedroom door opened and Titus, with his impressive height, entered the room with heavy armor covering his body. His face was covered by a helmet that resembled a red lion. "What are your orders, my queen?" he asked in a calm, deep tone, his eyes cold with the queen's anger. "Take the soldiers of House Tyrell to the port and wait. If the Golden Company attacks, you have orders to kill anything that breathes on the ships." Daenerys was not someone to be indecisive. The girl made the decision on the spot with a massacre order without any hesitation. Just as Enar taught her, a king or queen must not hesitate in their orders. Hesitation leads to defeat and therefore death. "Yes, my queen." Titus replied in a calm tone, but Daenerys felt the temperature in the room drop dramatically. Merrick, ask my mother, Sarah Rain, Lord Montford, Lady Olenna, Lord Willis and Lord Paxter to meet me in the throne room. Daenerys ordered Merrick, who quickly accepted the order and left in a hurry. Daenerys then called 2 women, both of whom served the Emperor's Daughters organization, to help her dress. In less than 5 minutes, Daenerys was wearing a long red and black dress with a crown adorned with 3 dragons of different colors. In the throne room, Daenerys was already sitting on the Iron Throne while looking at her makeshift court. Your Grace, according to the scout ships, the Golden Company has stopped 10 miles from the city. Montford spoke with a respectful tone as he looked at Paxter with a wary eye. The Lord of House Redwine really was an excellent choice as master of ships. In the eyes of the Lord of Driftmark, he was his greatest competitor at the moment. Ignoring Montford's cautious look, Paxter spoke his assumptions. Your Grace, it doesn't look like the Golden Company wants to carry out another Blackfire rebellion. I agree with Lord Paxter. The Golden Company has no logistics post to support the war, which is different from the other Blackfire rebellions. Willis, the Lord of Coin, also agreed with Paxter's words. If the Golden Company really came to Westeros intent on war, they would have conquered Tyrosh and then conquered the steppes, but there was no movement in those 2 places. He said with a confused tone. You've forgotten something very obvious. Olenna spoke up at that moment, drawing everyone's attention. The Golden Company was founded by Igor Rivers, one of Aegon IV's great bastards and many exiled members. They're probably coming to join the war against House Baratheon to redeem themselves and return to the continent as heroes. Olenna said with a sarcastic tone. She had no good feelings towards the Golden Company. Daenerys, you should send a messenger and ask the Golden Company's intentions. If they've come with good intentions, it won't be a bad thing to take in these experienced soldiers for practically free. Riella advised Daenerys with a calm look. The Golden Company were not mere soldiers, they were experienced and deadly soldiers who had lived in Essos for decades. And for House Targaryen to conquer the Golden Company is very simple, they just need to remove the punishment of exile. Honestly, it was a great offer for House Targaryen, they would practically get a large army for free. Daenerys looked thoughtful and nodded. Do as my mother said. Your Grace, I volunteer to be a messenger. Orain, who had been silent until now, knelt down and spoke with a determined tone. Montford and Willis' lips twitched slightly. Montford felt embarrassed while Willis found the scene amusing. A determined man is a capable man, Olenna said, looking at Orain with an amused smile. She knew the bastard of Driftmark and knew how much the boy wanted to rise in the ranks of the nobility. Daenerys looked at Orain and spoke with a cold tone. Since you want to, so be it. Titus will accompany you to ensure your safety. Her previous orders and her current orders could complement each other, so she simply took the opportunity for Orain to be her messenger. If the Golden Company wanted to attack, then Titus would solve the problem by killing the leaders of the Golden Company, which would allow them to completely destroy the enemy. Your Grace, I would like to join the entourage. Varys, who had appeared from behind a pillar, asked with a gentle tone as he rubbed his abnormally white hands together. Daenerys and Riella narrowed their eyes, looking at the eunuch. I don't remember calling for you, Lord Varys. Daenerys asked with a slightly colder tone than usual. The more time she spent with this eunuch, the more she realized that this man was dangerous, but he was just as useful, so she was leaving him alive. I beg your pardon, Your Grace, I will not repeat the same mistakes. Varys bowed and spoke with a sincere tone as he looked at the girl on the Iron Throne. Daenerys thought of something and accepted Varys' request. Looking at the eunuch bowing to her, a shrewd look appeared in the queen's lilac eyes. On the main boat of the Golden Company, four people were looking at the approaching ship. The ship's ditch pushed the ship forward, the three-headed red dragon under the black background looked especially frightening. Harry Strickland, Captain General of the Golden Company, young Griff, or as he liked to call himself, Aegon Targaryen, Jon Connington and Illyrio Mopatis. The four men were calm and none seemed panicked by the arrival of House Targaryen. As Paxter and Willis had guessed, the Golden Company obviously didn't want to carry out a Blackfire rebellion. 5 wars and 5 defeats later, House Blackfire's prestige had already fallen with the death of Maelys Blackfire the Monstrous. Even if the Golden Company had wanted to carry out the 6th Blackfire rebellion, they couldn't have. No one wanted to finance or help them conquer the Iron Throne. That's good, they sent messengers and not a fleet of ships. Harry commented with a relieved smile. Although he was far from the coast, he could still see the continent of Westeros, and a feeling of longing appeared in his eyes. His desire was to return to Westeros and go back to his home, something that most of the members of the Golden Company had in common. "I just hope the messenger my aunt sent isn't arrogant." Griff spoke with a worried tone. He really didn't want to argue with the messenger and make a bad first impression on his aunt. "Don't worry, my king." Jon Connington spoke gently. "I take the blame for any offense your grace may speak. As they say, love is blind." Jon loved Rhaegar, and because he was still in love with the Silver Prince, he always saw many similarities between Griff and Rhaegar. Note, it was confirmed by George Martin in an interview that Jon Connington was romantically in love with Rhaegar Targaryen. Griff nodded in thanks and glanced nervously at the ship drawing ever closer. "My time is coming," he muttered to himself as he clenched his fists in excitement for the glorious future that lay ahead. Chapter 206, The Golden Company 2. When Owain boarded the ship, his eyes fell on the apparent leader, a boy of no more than 14 or 15. Hair dyed blue and dark purple eyes that looked a purplish blue. He was handsome, very handsome to say the least. There was an inviting smile on his lips as every gesture he made showed that he had received a noble education, specifically, a noble education from Westeros, not Essos. Owain was sure that the boy in front of him was a Blackfyre. Of course, it was only his speculation, but seeing the leaders of the Golden Company acting respectfully in front of the young man, it was clear that his status was extraordinary among the mercenaries. Putting all this together and remembering that the Golden Company was a pawn in the hands of the Blackfyre, Owain was almost certain that the young man was a Blackfyre. But the next words from the bearded man, wearing black armor with a griffin on his chest, made his expression change dramatically. "You stand before Aegon, sixth of his name." The long list of titles came out of Jon Connington's mouth without any delay. Owain almost died of fear hearing the man's words but soon calmed down. From the man's words, the young man in front of him was Aegon, son of Prince Rhaegar and the Princess of Dorne, Elia Martell. However, as far as Owain knew, Prince Aegon had been killed along with Princess Elia. Owain heard from Daenerys that Princess Rhaenys was alive, so he thought about the supposed death of the princess. If the princess is alive, the prince might be too. Owain thought, but the idea of flattering young Aegon vanished as if it hadn't existed. But there was no chance of him daring to greet Aegon as the law commands a vassal to address the king, for his king was not Aegon, but Enar and his two queens, Visenya and Daenerys. In addition, Owain found the boy extremely arrogant for considering himself king, especially when two real kings are fighting in the Riverlands at this very moment. If everyone could be king just by talking, then Owain thought he had returned to the age of the 100 Kingdoms. "Lord Aegon, I, Owain Waters of Driftmark, am glad to see you. The news that you live is surprisingly pleasant." Despite his thoughts, Owain greeted the supposed Aegon with a smile as he bowed slightly forward. When it came to calling Aegon king or prince, Owain didn't dare either. The boy was probably a Blackfyre, and if the queen knew that he had greeted a stranger with royal courtesy, he would probably lose all the trust the queen had in him. Aegon's face changed slightly when he heard the term he was being called, but then he smiled again naturally. He knew that everyone would doubt his identity. It was completely normal under the current circumstances. Aegon was already mentally prepared for this and wasn't at all surprised, just a little bitter. He was a Targaryen prince and future king of Westeros, but he was treated with suspicion and hostility. "I am Jon Connington, knight who served Prince Rhaegar for many years and former hand of the king under Aerys II." Jon introduced himself while looking at the bastard of Driftmark with a look of slight contempt. Even with many years in exile, the education he had received did not disappear so easily, especially religious doctrines. Owain, already used to the noble's contempt for his status as a bastard, didn't mind and looked at the son of the former Lord of Griffin's Roost, brother of the current Lord of House Connington, with a touch of surprise. The idea that Aegon was a Blackfyre was more than halved with Jon accompanying young Aegon. Owain's smile became kinder, but he didn't call Aegon prince, let alone king. He wasn't naive enough to think that the boy would be accepted with open arms by House Targaryen. As long as the king or queen didn't confirm Aegon's identity, the boy was still a complete unknown and had no claim to the Iron Throne. "I have come on behalf of Queen Daenerys to ask why the Golden Company is so close to King's Landing with such a large fleet of ships." Owain ignored the identity of Jon and Aegon, he focused only on his mission and the identity of the Golden Company. "We wish to fight for the true king of Westeros, the king of House Targaryen." It was the Captain General of the Golden Company, Harry Strickland, who spoke. Owain narrowed his eyes as the kindly-looking old man didn't specify which king he would be fighting for, but it was already more than clear that it wasn't for Enar, but for young Aegon alongside the Captain General. Showing an inviting smile, he spoke. "If so, Queen Daenerys will hold a banquet to invite the leaders of the Golden Company to attend. Obviously, all the guests' rights will be respected." A shrewd look appeared in Owain's eyes. Of course, the rights of guests will be respected while they are in the Red Fortress. When they are outside the Red Fortress, it will be another matter altogether. Owain looked at Titus behind him and couldn't help but feel a shiver run through his body. He had seen it himself when this man simply tore a person in half, as if he were opening a damn orange. Owain had no doubt that Titus could kill everyone present in just a few minutes, and that was because he was still overestimating the Golden Company's abilities. Otherwise, if they were commoners, Titus could kill them all in 30 seconds at most. Aegon smiled happily when he saw Owain's gentler look after learning of Jon Cunnington's identity. At the same time, he felt he had to put on his best clothes and take the dye out of his hair, showing his Valyrian side. "The queen is as kind as rumor has it." Aegon spoke with a naturally cheerful and warm tone, causing Owain to be taken aback. Childish and naive. Those were the two words Owain would use to describe Aegon. Daenerys is kind? That quality never crossed the Driftmark bastard's mind when he thought of the queen. Although the queen was young, she was calm and made decisions after the court had spoken its proposals and advice. She could be cold and would kill anyone who dared to be against House Targaryen. The landless nobles were a good example of this. Many died in secret and their fortunes, mansions and houses became part of the royal coffers. Compared to the queen, who was equally young and mature, Owain deeply despised the naive, childish and arrogant young man before him. Even if Aegon's identity was true, he saw no promising future for the young man, especially after learning that he was aiming for the Iron Throne. If there was one thing Owain understood about Daenerys, it was her love for her husband, nephew and king. The moment Aegon spoke the titles before the queen, Owain could even imagine the painful and cruel death that young Aegon would suffer. However, despite his thoughts and him predicting Aegon's death, Owain showed no abnormality on his face and spoke with an even gentler and more courteous tone. "Yes, the queen is famous for being kind and for her great beauty. Famous for hanging deserters and septon," Owain added in his mind. With greetings given from both sides, the conversation ended and they both prepared to leave for King's Landing. Titus looked deeply at the young man and stepped back with Owain, suppressing the urge to smash the blasphemer's head in. What Owain could think, Titus could too, just as the bastard of Driftmark, the commander of the Sardaukar, knew that the young man was already dead. It only remained to be seen when and where, which the king would decide in due course. Aegon didn't know that in many people's minds he was already a dead man. The boy was happy and excited to finally be reunited with his family. Especially after hearing about Daenerys. An impulsive, proud feeling bubbled up in the young would-be king's chest, unaware that he was heading towards death. The queen's great beauty was known even across continents, so he knew many things about Daenerys. While in Essos, he had heard that Enar spent more time with Visenya than with Daenerys, which only made him think that the two were in a loveless political marriage. In his eyes, if he offered Enar a large fief, he could marry Daenerys if he won her heart, which wouldn't be difficult. After all, any woman would be happy to be his K. Chapter 207, The Golden Company 3. The first thing Aegon noticed when he arrived in King's Landing was that the streets were full of soldiers. Deeper into the city, the sound of clashing metal could be heard. As someone who had lived in Essos, he recognized that there was an atmosphere of war hanging in the air. "Who are you preparing to fight? Robert?" Aegon asked Owain with a charismatic smile. Arriving in the main city of Westeros, the home of House Targaryen, left him feeling happy and relaxed. Owain looked at the boy with a mysterious smile and spoke calmly. "Faith of the Seven." The smiles on Harry and Jon's faces froze at his words. It was as if someone punched them in the stomach, leaving them breathless for a moment. They even forgot to breathe. Even Aegon, who had never been raised in Westeros, knew exactly what Owain's words meant. "Why are you attacking the Faith of the Seven? Isn't it more logical to attack Robert?" Aegon asked, frowning heavily. At the same time, an idea popped into the young prince's mind. Jaehaerys was known for reconciling House Targaryen and the faith of the Seven. If he did something similar, wouldn't he immediately gain the support of the church and the majority of commoners? Honestly, Aegon's idea was excellent and he really could be king with the support of the church, but in the end, is it House Targaryen or the faith of the Seven who will reign? However, something like this would only be possible if Aegon had the power to overcome Enar, which was completely impossible. Owain looked at the young Aegon, who had a smile on his lips. The bastard of Driftmark narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Anyone with a basic sense of politics and conspiracies would have known what the boy was thinking at that very moment. But again, Owain said nothing and chose to observe the young man's death personally. "Are there any requirements I should be aware of when I meet my aunt?" Aegon asked, looking at Owain kindly, unlike the contemptuous looks the man had been receiving. "The Queen likes sincerity, just be yourself, Lord Aegon." Owain replied with an equally gentle smile while hiding the look of sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. Titus couldn't help but roll his eyes in front of Owain's blatant lie, but he remained silent, as he really wanted to see this arrogant, stupid blasphemer die. While Aegon was talking to Owain, Illyrio, Mopatis and Varys were at the back of the entourage talking quietly. "Old friend, I see you're living the good life in Essos," Varys commented, looking at Illyrio's fat, jeweled figure. The man looked like a boar in golden clothes, vulgar to the extreme. Even new nobles didn't dress this vulgarly and opulently. "I say the same, friend," Illyrio answered back with a smile, looking at his friend's plump figure in a purple robe. They both looked at each other and laughed. In everyone's eyes, they looked like old friends finally meeting again after decades, but whether it was Varys or Illyrio, they both knew that they were just allies in this conspiracy. Illyrio's second wife, Sarah, was Daemon Blackfire's bastard daughter with a prostitute in Lys. Daemon was the brother of Maelys the Monstrous, who was killed by Maelys himself to take control of the Golden Company. Varys and Illyrio, knowing this, devised a plan that could make Blackfire, whom they created with their own hands, sit on the Iron Throne. Although this plan didn't work out with Enar's existence, the plan was still in motion. "We have to be careful. King Enar is not someone simple. You must control Aegon well and not let him show too much ambition," Varys warned with a solemn tone. The more time he spent in the Red Keep, the more he sensed that Daenerys was not simple and Enar was even more unpredictable. All his spies could no longer enter the Red Keep, and those who did were found dead the next day. At the same time, the handmaidens surrounding Daenerys were skilled and silent, showing that they had received extensive training. Varys came to the conclusion that these women were part of House Targaryen's organization of spies, whom Daenerys personally controlled. As for the name of the organization, who its members were, or even where the organization's headquarters were located, that was still a mystery he had to unravel. "Don't worry, it's normal for Aegon to think he'll be king at this point. He's been trained for it, and as Rhaegar's eldest son, they thought it was normal for the boy to think about being king." Illyrio certainly knew that it was simply impossible for Aegon to be king, but it didn't matter at the moment. Where there's power, there's a contest for power. It was the natural law of things. As long as humans existed, they fought for power. Whether it was Varys or Illyrio, both knew that there were many people dissatisfied with Enar or even Daenerys. Husband and wife were extremely authoritarian at the court of House Targaryen, something that nobles don't like at all. They felt inferior to the king, but in the eyes of these nobles who hadn't gone through the centralization process, the king was just a noble with more power, but he was still a noble just like all of them. Note, before the centralization of power, where all power rested with the king, barons, viscounts, earls and dukes even had crowns and thrones in their respective castles. They ruled their fiefdoms as small independent kingdoms while paying tribute to the king. Varys and Illyrio wanted to manipulate these people, gradually strengthening Aegon's power. At that moment, Aegon only had to show a little of his ambition and many would gather around him. As for whether exposure to Aegon's ambitions would bring danger to the boy, they weren't worried about that. Aegon was 14 and it was perfectly normal for him to aspire to the throne as Prince Rhaegar's eldest son. No one would kill him for that, only teach him not to think about such foolish and unfounded ambitions. Besides, if Aegon dies, the biggest suspects won't be the nobles, but Daenerys and Enar themselves. Although no one could confirm that Enar had killed or not, the rumors that he was a murderer of relatives was enough to deal a heavy blow to King Enar's prestige. Did Lord Aegon's training end well? Varys changed the subject as he looked at the many stares falling on him at that moment. his expression didn't change at all as he felt the intense gazes on him. Training worthy of a future king. Illyrio lowered his voice and spoke with a proud tone. He looked at Aegon's tall figure with a touch of fatherly affection that only a father would have for his son. Poor Aegon, he didn't know that his father had always been there for him. He continued to discuss various topics with Arain, making the bastard of Driftmark sigh in front of the potential prince's erudition. The boy could speak several languages, was a good swordsman and even played the harp, which was what Aegon said he did. If Aegon really did have these skills, Orain could see that the boy could gather quite a following, although this would be extremely dangerous, as no one wants to see a prince gaining power, especially a king. The next thing Aegon knew, he was in front of a majestic red keep. Up close, he could perfectly see the majestic home of House Targaryen. Aegon couldn't help but feel his blood boiling with excitement. Puffing out his chest to look as majestic as possible, Aegon touched Blackfyre around the waist and flashed the most perfect smile he had. "Follow me." Orain spoke with a smile as he walked towards the feasting hall, where the banquet was probably already ready. Although because he was in such a hurry, he himself didn't think it would be too lavish. Aegon didn't even notice when he reached the feasting hall, but he woke up from his reverie when he heard the herald call his name. Lord Aegon of Pentos, leader of the Golden Company mercenaries. The smile Aegon had been preparing simply stiffened at the same moment he heard himself introduced. However, he didn't have time to think about it and entered the feasting hall. The place was full of tables and there were many people seated, some of whom were already drinking. However, Aegon's attention was focused entirely on the small, delicate figure sitting in the main seat. She was wearing a long red and black dress, with a crown under her silver hair. Aegon held his breath for a moment at the sight of such a beautiful woman. Even the famous courtesans of Lys couldn't compare to the woman in front of him. Aegon didn't know if Visenya was equally beautiful, but when he saw Daenerys he knew that Enar was a fool not to adore such a beautiful woman. Chapter 208, The Golden Company 4. Daenerys looked at the boy with light blonde hair and purple eyes with a trace of curiosity, but that curiosity soon disappeared when she felt his gaze. What kind of gaze was that? Lustful, possessive and full of repressed passion. But every feeling in that gaze made her feel even more disgusted with the young man called Aegon. She was a married woman and the king's wife, how dare he look at her with those filthy eyes? Just as Daenerys was about to ignore the annoying boy, a servant approached and subtly handed her a small sheet of paper. Looking at the contents of the paper, Daenerys' eyes underwent great changes. Incredulity, anger and an incredible murderous feeling. Honestly, Daenerys had never felt so much anger in her life. Even if she were in front of Robert, she wouldn't feel so much anger. However, at that moment, she felt like a volcano about to explode at any moment. Looking at Aegon, Daenerys gave him a cold stare. If Aegon's death was certain before, the young man was already a dead man in her eyes. Aegon 6? What a joke. You're a Blackfyre who grew up under the conspiracy of others to seize the throne of House Targaryen. You dare steal the identity of a dead relative and still covet the Iron Throne. Daenerys wanted to laugh in front of the absurd situation, but no laughter escaped her lips, for there was no reason to laugh. There was, however, plenty of reason to stain the ballroom with blood. Jon Connington of House Connington and Captain General of the Golden Company. Hearing the herald's voice, Daenerys' expression turned even colder. She looked at the man in black armor with a griffin on his chest. As far as she knew, the man was a friend of her brother Rhaegar. This was all a conspiracy in plain sight. Just as Daenerys had hoped to save young Aegon's life, Jon Connington stepped forward and bowed in front of her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Grace." Jon spoke with a sincere tone. He was loyal to House Targaryen, so he was more than happy to see Daenerys in the front seat. "Welcome to King's Landing after your exile on the usurper's orders, Lord Jon." Sensing Jon's sincerity, Daenerys nodded and greeted him back with a kinder look. Although she didn't know how Jon had been deceived by the conspirators, the man was still a loyal vassal of House Targaryen. Jon Connington gave a relieved smile and looked at all the nobles present, most of them from King's Landing, but many also from the Reach. Especially the seats occupied by Daenerys, he noticed that Lord Paramount of Mandor and his family were present. "Your Grace, I have some extremely important matters to report." Jon looked at Daenerys again and spoke aloud, intentionally raising his voice so that everyone could hear. Which worked because everyone's attention was focused on him. I know it will be hard for you to believe, but who stands beside me is Aegon, son of Rhaegar and Princess Elia." When Jon mentioned Elia, a trace of disdain reflected in his eyes, but he hid it. After a long silence following Jon's words, everyone's eyes widened, staring at Aegon incredulously. "Princess Rhaenys is alive, so it's only natural that Prince Aegon should be too," Jon commented after hearing the silence of the court. Honestly, with Jon's reputation and the news that Princess Rhaenys was alive, Jon Connington's words gained a lot of credibility. Olenna took a sip of wine and glanced discreetly at Daenerys and saw, for a moment, a trace of anger and an incredible murderous feeling in the eyes of the young queen, whom she had come to admire over the past few days. At that moment, Olenna knew it was a conspiracy. The Queen of Thorns' eyes fell on two people: Varys, whom she deeply despised, and a man dressed with such opulence that she felt disgusted. The only person who could have taken Aegon from his mother's arms 14 years ago without anyone knowing was Varys, but she thought that unlikely. Motive? A mother would never separate herself from her children at such a risky moment as that 14 years ago. Olenna knew that young Aegon was a Blackfire and everything that was happening was a conspiracy orchestrated over decades. "I must say that this is a shocking revelation, Lord Connington, but I still have my doubts, especially when my niece Princess Rhaenys told me that she saw her own brother being killed in front of her. Princess Elia's cries of pain and desolation still torment my niece every night." Daenerys' words made many who already believed that Aegon was a Targaryen begin to wonder whether the young man was a Targaryen or a Blackfire. After all, a sister couldn't confuse her brother, especially at that moment. "Your Grace is right, but baby Aegon has been exchanged for Lord Varys and Princess Elia," Jon Connington replied in a respectful tone, not at all unhappy that Daenerys was suspicious of Aegon's origin, as it was only natural. Especially when Aegon arrived with the Golden Company, the possibility of him being a Blackfire could never be forgotten. Then why didn't Lord Varys bring Princess Rhaenys and Princess Elia with him? Daenerys asked what most people doubted. The queen's eyes were fixed on the purple-robed eunuch. Under the queen's cold, slightly murderous gaze, Varys remained calm and bowed as he answered the question. Princess Elia agreed that the more people, the more dangerous it would be to escape from King's Landing, so she entrusted me with Prince Aegon, who was still a baby, and whom I personally brought to Essos. Olenna wanted to laugh after hearing such a blatant lie. Even Cersei, whom she considered more of a snake than a lion, was extremely protective of her sons and daughters. A mother who could love her son or daughter would never abandon another child to save another. Although Elia was a weak person because of some illnesses, her love for her son and daughter was indisputable, so Varys' words in Olenna's eyes were complete nonsense and the babble of a conspirator. However, she had to admit, even if suspicions were low, the possibility of Aegon being King Aenar's brother was significant. If Aegon died, suspicion would fall only on Daenerys and Aenar. And being suspected of killing your own brother/nephew was a terrible thing. The chances of something going incredibly wrong were high, especially among the population. However, despite her thoughts, Olenna looked at Daenerys and whispered to her, "Are you a sheep who cares about what others say, or are you a dragon flying free in the sky?" If there was one thing Olenna agreed with Tywin about, it was that people cared too much about what others thought of you. Olenna's words brought a smile to Daenerys' lips. Looking at Jon Connington, who was staring at her sincerely, Daenerys gave him a sarcastic look and spoke for everyone to hear. "Since Lord Jon is convinced that this boy is my nephew, I will summon my niece, who is currently in the Riverlands fighting Robert, to testify before the court. If she accepts, Aegon will be recognized as half Targaryen." She spoke, looking at Aegon with a false tone of kindness as she scoffed inwardly. "If you want to play Game of Thrones, be ready to die. Half Targaryen?" That was the first sentence Aegon spoke to Daenerys. It wasn't just him who was confused, but everyone around him too. "My husband is the head of House Targaryen. If he says you're not a Targaryen, you're not a Targaryen." Daenerys spoke with a smile that was considered beautiful, but that smile had a sense of malice that sent chills through Aegon's body. Swallowing hard, he couldn't think that such a beautiful person could be so frightening, but Aegon wasn't discouraged. In his eyes, everything was happening because Daenerys didn't trust him, which was perfectly normal. After all, you wouldn't believe it if a complete stranger came in front of you and told you he was your nephew. "I will accept my sister's judgment without any hesitation, Daenerys." Aegon spoke aloud as he addressed the queen informally, causing the surrounding Sardaukar to look at him with cold stares. Merrick in particular wanted to step forward, but was stopped by the look the queen gave him. Chapter 209, The False Dragon. Originally, Rhaenys wasn't going to leave the Riverlands for anything, but after discovering that she had gained a new brother, she got on Moonfire and flew towards King's Landing without any hesitation. Sensing her knight's fury, Moonfire, who was usually sweet, gentle and inquisitive, displayed an imposing bearing that surprised even Rhaenys. Yes, we are sisters. How can you remain indifferent when a false Aegon dares to claim the name of our dead brother? Stroking the dragon's beautiful silver scales, Rhaenys whispered in a gentle tone as the fury continued to build, and when all that fury exploded, the world would truly see what a mad Targaryen was, just as Aerys once was. Not for a second did Rhaenys believe that this fake Aegon was really her brother. She remembered deeply and could never forget the scream of pain and agony her mother let out when she saw Aegon die. Even the screams while she was being raped were weak compared to the pain the woman felt when she saw her son die in front of her. Knowing this fact, how could Rhaenys believe that Aegon was alive? In her eyes, this was a Blackfyre imposter who was being manipulated into an even greater conspiracy, all with the aim of taking the Iron Throne. You're all going to die, I'm going to burn you all. Rhaenys narrowed her eyes as she gazed at the city drawing ever closer to her. Her silver hair fluttered violently against the strong winds, which hit her face with ferocity. Originally she hadn't dared to fly so fast with Moonfire, but after undergoing the blood ritual, there were no dangers in flying so high and fast. The coldness of the high altitude could be ignored and she could breathe perfectly even in the thin air. As Rhaenys approached King's Landing, all the important people of the court were in one room, discussing the banquet that had ended the day before. They were still surprised by the events of the banquet. The boy's a Blackfyre. Mace commented with a tone of extreme contempt in his voice. It was more than clear that it was all a conspiracy, but in front of such a malicious plot, no one could kill Aegon or all the blame will fall on the queen and king. Once that happens, Mace might even see that the king's name is forever tarnished as a kinslayer. Varys really is a snake. Paxter Redwine spoke with a calm and cold tone. The man's blue eyes were deep and somewhat frightening. What do you think, Lord Tarly? Mace asked his right-hand man, Randall of House Tarly, considered one of the best soldiers of our time. The Lord of House Tarly held a Valyrian steel sword, Heartsbane. If we can't kill them, we can undermine their reputation to prevent them from conquering some rebel nobles. Randall spoke with a cold, direct and cutting tone. Do you think Varys hasn't already thought of that? Olenna interrupted the conversation between the men. She looked at everyone and spoke with an indifferent and sarcastic tone. By now, Aegon is known to half of King's Landing. Don't forget that a foreign man has held the position of Lord of Whispers for decades, so don't underestimate the eunuch. But that really is a good way to stop the bastard from gaining supporters, Olenna said with a slightly narrowed gaze. In a war of whispers, she didn't think she'd lose to Varys. Spread the rumors that Aegon is a Blackfyre usurping the name of a dead prince. Let King's Landing see the true intentions of this body snatcher. Mace agreed with his mother. He flashed a proud look and glanced at all his vassals, excitement bubbling in his chest. Olenna looked at her son with a touch of surprise. She hadn't expected that an intelligent sentence could be formed in her son's mind, which really surprised her. Usurper of corpses, that's a worthy title for a Blackfyre. Paxter said with a sarcastic tone. Just imagining seeing the angry expression on Blackfyre's face would be something quite memorable. Something that was shared by everyone in the room. At dawn the next day, Daenerys was eating breakfast in her room while listening to the daily report of the Emperor's daughters. Eating a piece of egg, the Queen's eyes narrowed with a touch of sarcasm as she heard that the rumors had already spread throughout the city. House Tyrell works fast, but that's good. Having competent ministers can help Enar rule more calmly, murmured the girl as she was served by 5 women around her. She didn't even have to move while everything was being served by the 5 women. But Varys is really bold. He dares to spread rumors without fear. Daenerys thought with a thoughtful look. What gives him confidence that I won't kill him? Maybe because he's useful, he thinks I won't kill him? What good is usefulness without loyalty? Honestly, Varys was a mystery in her eyes. The man had created such a conspiracy, but he didn't seem to have any interest in the throne. Varys' motive seemed like a fog that she couldn't understand, but if Enar were in her place he could guess Varys' motive. The evolution of a stagnant society, a king benevolent towards his people and a kingdom at peace. It was a good ideal, but unfortunately there was no chance of it coming true, not before Enar was born into this world. After all, society was at a standstill because the gods wanted it to be, so how could a mortal go against the wishes of a divine being? So without Enar, Varys' ideal world was a sick joke. After thinking about Varys' probable motive, Daenerys dropped the subject. She was curious about the show unfolding in front of her. Watching the two factions fight made her realize that this was the ideal way for a monarch to rule. Let the wolves fight while the dragon watches them weaken, bringing balance to the power of the court. A smile appeared on Daenerys' lips. Ruling didn't seem as boring as she had expected. The fighting and conspiracies at court was something truly interesting. Suddenly, the door was opened and Riella entered the room to see Daenerys sitting happily eating while being served by 5 servants. Riella wasn't surprised by this. When she was queen, she was even more exaggerated than Daenerys. She had about 10 servants and noble ladies in waiting to serve her at all times, one of whom was Joanna Lannister and the other was the mother of Doran, Oberyn, Elia, and others. Daenerys was still poor in her eyes when it came to being surrounded by servants and ladies in waiting. "What are you going to do?" Riella sat down opposite Daenerys and asked with a serious tone. She wasn't isolated from the affairs of the court and knew of her supposed grandson's arrival. However, Riella didn't feel very strongly about this phony, and even if by some miracle Aegon really was Aegon, she would have advised Daenerys and Enar to discreetly kill the young man. That's because Aegon was an extremely unstable figure in her eyes. Who knows how much brainwashing or even how the boy was raised in Essos, so Riella definitely didn't want the peace of House Targaryen to be shattered by one person, even if it was her possible grandson. House Targaryen couldn't stand another civil war. It would never allow such an element of chaos to remain alive, even if it was her grandson. "I won't do anything." Biting into a piece of bread, Daenerys commented with a narrowed, malicious gaze. Aegon probably grew up with the idea of being king destined to bring peace and prosperity to House Targaryen. Imagine day and night growing up hearing such a thing every moment of his life. "I really want to see how he'll react when he finds out the truth. Will he despair, commit suicide, or beg for mercy? Maybe he'll go mad with paranoia." Daenerys' words sent shivers down the spines of all the women present. Even Riella looked at Daenerys with a little shock, but soon calmed down and didn't think it was a bad thing that Daenerys had that kind of mentality. She had always believed that good people die early, while bad people live for a long time, and what was happening to House Targaryen seemed to confirm this. Will Rhaenys be able to control herself and not kill the faker on the spot? Riella asked with a worried tone about her granddaughter's situation. She knew the extent of her granddaughter's trauma. She could even imagine how angry the girl would feel when she heard the news. "I already notified Enar the moment I received the information from Aegon. She's probably arriving in a day or 2. As for whether she'll control herself, I don't care," Daenerys commented while showing a serious expression. She herself didn't know if Rhaenys would control herself when facing the imposter who dared to take her brother's identity. However, even if Rhaenys kills Aegon directly, Daenerys would never blame her niece. In Rhaenys' place, Aegon would die in the cruelest way she could imagine, and believe me, for the enemies of House Targaryen, her creativity was great. As Daenerys and Riella were talking, a loud roar was heard. They both looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They could never have imagined that Rhaenys would arrive so quickly. Even flying on a dragon, the distance from Harrenhal to King's Landing was still quite long, taking weeks by horse. Even with a dragon it would take 2 to 3 days, as the dragon rider was still human and could never withstand a dragon's top speed. Walking quickly to the window, Daenerys saw a silver shadow flying over the city with extreme speed, which made the girl open her mouth in shock. How Rhaenys could resist such speed was beyond her at the moment. But that's good, it doesn't give Aegon time to spread his influence too far among the rebel nobles. Daenerys whispered with an increasingly bright gaze. Of course, she knew that many nobles were unhappy with her, but she let them accumulate power, because no matter how much power these nobles accumulated, they would be defeated and all their wealth would fill the kingdom's coffers. When the fruit was ripe, she would harvest it with great joy. Aegon's arrival could even benefit her plan, as the rebels would gather around him, thus allowing her to meet all the rebels. "Looks like that phony is my lucky star, now he doesn't seem so hateful anymore," Daenerys said as she smiled. Seeing a smile so unworthy of a queen on her daughter's lips, Riella commented with a helpless tone. Stop smiling like that, you look like an evil man plotting conspiracies between dark, damp walls. Daenerys showed an embarrassed expression and realized that she was smiling just like Enar when he plotted against others. It's not my fault, that feeling of controlling people's lives is quite pleasant. She muttered to herself as she ordered the servants to dress her. Let's go find my lovely niece, she must be thirsty after such a long journey. Daenerys said with a smile as she left the room already dressed. Riella let out a tired sigh and followed her daughter, she was missing her granddaughter. In the courtyard where Balerion and Vermithor slept most of the day, there was another dragon, a beautiful slender dragon with silver scales. It was Moonfire. In the saddle, Rhaenys had messy hair while the girl looked perfectly normal, even though she hadn't stopped to drink water or even eat. Climbing down from the saddle, Rhaenys' feet touched the ground after a leap. She looked at the red keep in front of her with a complex gaze full of conflicting emotions. She hated the castle in front of her, but at the same time she loved it. Good and bad memories intertwined in her mind, like a spiral of joy and hatred. Seeing Balerion and Vermithor, Moonfire approached them both and lay down between the two male dragons, finally able to relax after flying at high speed for a whole day. Welcome to King's Landing after many years, niece. Hearing the familiar voice, Rhaenys quickly found Daenerys' figure approaching and behind her, her grandmother followed while staring at her tenderly. The anger and hatred in Rhaenys' heart seemed to calm down in front of that maternal love. Auntie, Grandma Riella. Rhaenys greeted them both with strong hugs, causing both women to show pained expressions. By Enar, you're too strong. Daenerys disentangled herself from her niece's arms and complained loudly. The same went for Riella. Chapter 210, The False Dragon 2. Rhaenys, Daenerys and Riella were in the same room, accompanied by Titus, who looked like an immovable mountain of steel, always protecting the three women. Rhaenys was silent after listening to Daenerys' entire explanation. Her eyes were completely devoid of emotion and warmth. There was only a vast coldness permeating her gaze, making it more frightening than ever. Control your emotions, don't let them control you. What's the difference between you and an animal that's driven only by instinct? Rhaenys repeated Enar's words to himself, who had taught him to control his emotions. However, Rhaenys was far from being able to control her emotions like Enar, and the girl felt herself getting angrier and angrier at the thought of being hundreds of meters away from the phony who dared to use her brother's identity. Daenerys looked at Rhaenys' inexpressive face and admired how cold the woman could be in the face of such a thing. If she were Rhaenys, she would be calm, but probably unable to control her anger. After all, if feelings were so easy to control, it wouldn't be a rare skill even on Earth, where soldiers and spies spent decades of rigorous and intense training under various situations of extreme stress, to finally manage to control their emotions. What do you want to do? Rhaenys asked, looking at Daenerys. Knowing the sordid mind of the girl before her, she knew that a dark plan had already formed in Daenerys' mind. We'll destroy his heart, his mind and then his body, we'll make him regret being born into this world. Daenerys commented while smiling innocently. However, her face soon turned serious. I don't want to delay the attack on Old Town, I want that city and House Hightower destroyed until ashes rain down from the sky like raindrops. And because of the Golden Company? Rhaenys asked with a cold stare. An army of 20,000 experienced men really was a great danger. Danger? Daenerys seemed to hear a funny joke. Aegon thinks the Golden Company is his trump card, but he's forgotten something. My husband is the king and I'm the queen. I can remove the punishment from the Golden Company and make the Golden Company my army on the condition that they abandon Aegon. Daenerys said, narrowing her eyes playfully. I'm really looking forward to how Aegon will react when everyone he trusts abandons him, when the whole world turns against him and finally, when he becomes hostage to his own mind. Rhaenys thought she was cruel enough, as she planned to torture Aegon until he begged to be killed, but after hearing what Daenerys wanted to do to Aegon, she thought she was an innocent little white rabbit compared to Daenerys. The girl in front of her may have been young, but her means were crueler than many men considered cold and indifferent. Fortunately, Daenerys only showed this cruel and sadistic face to her enemies, because Rhaenys would be afraid to go to sleep and never wake up. What happened to your hair, Rhaenys? Seeing the atmosphere looking more and more like a den of thieves and conspirators, Riella quickly changed the subject. From what she remembered, Rhaenys had brown hair, but now her hair sported a noble silver color. Touching her own hair, Rhaenys wrapped a lock around her finger and spoke in a gentler tone, although it was still cold and slightly hoarse. When I went through the blood ritual with Visenya, Enar asked me if I wanted to change anything. I said my hair. An expression of disbelief appeared on the faces of Daenerys and Riella, who both looked at Rhaenys in shock. They had personally seen the power of someone who had undergone the blood rite. "What powers have you gained?" Daenerys asked with a tone of envy. She wanted to get back into Enar's arms as soon as possible, especially after learning that Visenya and Rhaenys had undergone the blood ritual, something she had always wanted. Creation and manipulation of precious metals. Rhaenys was proud of her powers. With these powers, she wasn't afraid of not having power in the court. After all, she was practically the one who would sustain the Imperial machine while space exploration had yet to be born. Daenerys craved this power more and more. She wondered what power she would awaken by undergoing Enar's blood ritual. "You look like a complete mixture of your father and mother," Riella commented with a gentle tone, looking at the beautiful princess with silver hair and olive skin. She could see some features similar to Rhaegar's and Elia's on the young woman. A smile appeared on Rhaenys' lips as she listened to her grandmother's words, and she touched her skin and hair with a touch of more affection, as if remembering her parents. "Let's go to the feasting hall. I want to see how things are going." Daenerys spoke, rising from her seat. Although she had just eaten, who said she couldn't go to the feasting hall to see everyone eating again? Riella and Rhaenys nodded and got up from their respective chairs. "Titus, did you sense anything suspicious?" Rhaenys looked at Titus, who was following them, and asked with a serious tone. Before coming to King's Landing, Enar had said that there was a small chance of something extraordinary happening. Although it was low, the chances were not zero. So far no trace of magic has been felt throughout the city, although the ruins of the Great September of Baelor still reek of the divine power of the God of the Seven Faces. Titus answered without any hesitation, his tone incomparably serious and calm. He was sent to protect Daenerys and Riella. How could he allow anything foul to harm the Queen and the Dowager Queen? So young Titus scoured the whole of King's Landing for any trace of magic or divine power. In the process, he discovered some remnants of the cult of the Sparrow, which he exterminated without any difficulty. Not only that, he even found a statue of the Essos god of death in the harbor, the owners of which were found and killed. Titus was determined to kill anyone related to the gods because he knew that these believers could be receptacles for the gods, so he couldn't allow these offenders to remain alive to cause chaos and death. All three women listened in silence to Titus' report, and Daenerys finally spoke. "Make another sweep of King's Landing, offer 100 golden dragons for any clue related to the god of the Seven Faces or any other god of Essos, and 1,000 golden dragons if they personally hand over the criminal." Daenerys didn't believe that people would protect and cover up these criminals in the face of such a large sum of money. 100 golden dragons might not seem like much when compared to the exorbitant sums used in Robert's tournaments, but it was enough for commoners to live a quiet life for decades. 1,000 golden dragons could allow a family to finally rise to nobility by buying a knighthood from a lesser noble. About 40,000 gold dragons, that was just the reward. The cost of his monthly tournaments would probably come to 100 or 150,000 gold dragons. I have to say, Tywin had a very good reputation for the Iron Bank to lend out so much money. "You're doing better in your role as queen. You're using your power and influence well to achieve your goals." Riella praised Daenerys unstintingly. She had seen for herself how Daenerys had developed over the months and was more than satisfied. Her daughter seemed born to rule. Daenerys was proud of her mother's praise. Hearing it from the woman she considered most important was very nice. Seeing the proud look on her face, Riella added with a slightly irritated tone, "But you're still running away from bureaucracy." Originally, Riella wouldn't be angry about something like this, but when Daenerys was absent from her work, it was her who took over. It was only after ruling King's Landing that she understood why many men went bald. The accumulated stress and anger was extremely irritating. She even noticed some wrinkles appearing at the corner of her eyes, which made her resent Daenerys' escape even more. Daenerys looked guilty, but the guilt soon disappeared. She was the queen, and it was her vassal's duty to help her rule. What was wrong with running away from some boring and very annoying affairs of state, especially involving pointless disputes between nobles? "I'll help you, Grandma." Although she preferred war, Rhaenys didn't hesitate to help her grandmother, seeing that she was overwhelmed with duties. "Thank you, dear." Riella didn't hesitate to accept her granddaughter's help with a smile and a guilty look on her face. Riella planned to leave everything to her granddaughter and have a few days' vacation to relax. Rhaenys was unaware that she had fallen into her grandmother's trap and chatted with a slightly happier look on her face, although from the look on her face, anyone could tell that she was in a bad mood. Arriving at the feasting hall, many lords were eating breakfast while chatting among themselves. Daenerys could see that there were many factions within these nobles, of which the strongest nobles were the leaders. These same leaders were vassals of the powerful nobles. A world within a world, a struggle for power and interests. Deaths were so common among these landless nobles that even Daenerys, in less than a month in control of King's Landing, tried at least 5 murder cases. Murders that were covered up by the fair and glorious duel between nobles. Honestly, what she saw made her extremely sick of these landless nobles. They were like parasites sucking money out of the court. Unfortunately, Daenerys couldn't kill these nobles or King's Landing would cease to function. Daenerys finally understood why Enar wanted to create schools to educate the children in Essos. He was creating a solid foundation for the future rule of House Targaryen. All knowledge was in the hands of wealthy nobles and merchants. Commoners couldn't even write their own names. How could she control the city with commoners who couldn't even write or count? So, even though she wanted to kill these nobles, she didn't, because these parasites were necessary for the city to continue operating smoothly. The arrival of the 3 women caught everyone's attention, but their gaze was fixed on the young woman with silver hair and olive skin. Unlike Riella and Daenerys, who had a slender, delicate beauty without many curves, Rhaenys was the opposite. Her body was a sight for sore eyes for all the men present, especially her full breasts. Noticing this, Rhaenys, who was already in a bad mood, drew her dark sister and walked towards the main table with a somber expression. Looking at the Valyrian steel blade, the lustful and covetous glances disappeared in an instant. Although seeing a beautiful woman was pleasant, being alive was more important. Seeing that her actions had the effect she wanted, Rhaenys put Dark Sister back in its sheath and sat down in one of the seats next to Daenerys. House Tyrell, who had seen the silver dragon arrive in King's Landing, knew that the princess had arrived and had given up the seat on Daenerys' left, where Mace had originally been sitting. "You look like your mother, princess," Olenna commented when she saw the exotic appearance and body that didn't resemble any conventional Targaryen. "Are you the famous Queen of Thorns? Enar speaks very highly of you." Looking at the small, harmless old woman in front of her, Rhaenys really couldn't imagine that a seemingly harmless old woman would have such a prestigious reputation in Westeros. Just a fragile reputation in the face of overwhelming power. Olenna replied with a sarcastic smile. Rhaenys nodded. Olenna was talking about the dragons, but the princess herself knew that the greatest strength of House Targaryen was not the dragons, but Enar himself. "It seems the corpse snatcher has arrived." Rhaenys' expression turned cold as she heard Daenerys whisper in her ear. Chapter 211, The False Dragon 3. Rhaenys' eyes fell on the leader of the entourage that had just arrived. He was a young boy, no more than 14, although compared to the height of Enar, who was the same age, the young man was a dwarf. He had pale blonde hair and deep purple eyes, almost blue. He was handsome, but just that handsome, nothing like the inhuman beauty of Visenya, Daenerys, and Enar. Rhaenys couldn't help but feel sickened by the look of genuine joy on the boy's face. He seemed genuinely happy about her arrival, which showed how much this young man had been raised as a puppet over the years. Even if this young man really was her brother, Aegon was just a pawn in other people's conspiracies. Rhaenys estimated that if it were Aegon she wouldn't kill him, but she was sure she could never fully trust him, as she trusted her family. With the arrival of Aegon and his entourage, including some nobles from Westeros, everyone stopped eating and watched the show that was about to take place with great expectations. In a world without much entertainment, polemics were what drew the most attention, especially polemics from the royal family. "Sister," Aegon exclaimed as he looked at the beautiful figure sitting next to Daenerys. There was a genuine look of joy in his expression. The boy had seen the silver dragon flying over King's Landing and knew that this was his sister. However, the next few words made Aegon's smile stiffen completely. "Don't call me sister, my brother is dead," Rhaenys said with disgust and surprising coldness. Although Aegon seemed hurt by Rhaenys' words, he soon recovered and showed a determined look. He knew it wouldn't be easy to convince Rhaenys of his truth, but he wasn't worried about it. After all, blood is thicker than water. especially the blood of House Targaryen, where fire and brimstone ran through his and her veins. I know it won't be easy for you to accept me, but I won't give up so easily. Aegon spoke with a determined tone while displaying a confidence that made many wonder if the boy had a problem in his mind. Anyone could see the extreme disgust in Rhaenys' eyes, and it could be said that the princess not killing Aegon on the spot was the biggest concession they could imagine. If it had been them in the princess's place, Aegon would long since have been turned into a corpse and thrown into a random ditch. Believe in what? A phony who uses my dead brother's identity? Rhaenys looked at Aegon and spoke with a sarcastic tone. She seemed to hear the funniest joke on the planet. A Blackfire talking about trust is like believing that a scorpion has no venom. Princess, I can confirm that the Blackfire lineage has ended with Meleys. Harry stepped forward and spoke with a sincere expression. As Captain General of the Golden Company, he knew better than anyone that House Blackfire was extinct. There were no male or female descendants, as both genders were protected by the Golden Company. The last male descendant was Meleys the Monstrous, and the last female descendant was Alyssa, the mother of Daemon and Meleys. Everyone agreed with Harry's words. There had been no news of House Blackfire for decades, which was simply impossible. Rumors circulate faster than wind, and everyone would know if there were any Blackfire in Essos, but after decades, there hadn't been even a single rumor of anyone who considered themselves a Blackfire. House Blackfire was truly extinct according to that logic, a logic that everyone believed to be true. Rhaenys knew this, but he didn't believe a word the man said. Although, as he had said, the last male and female descendants had died out, but what about the illegitimate children? The children sired by the prostitutes of Lys and the other free cities? And the bastard children? Who can say that mercenaries like you have never visited brothels or raped a few women? Can you confirm that you've never left an illegitimate child behind? Who knows that Aegon is a son of one of those descendants? Seeing that things were getting more and more tense, Daenerys added with a touch of malice in her voice, although everyone thought it was just sincere doubt in the queen's tone. Harry wanted to open his mouth and say that this was absurd, but he didn't dare contradict his only hope of returning home, even if it was to Aegon, whom he considered a nephew. Besides, Daenerys was right, he himself couldn't claim that he never left bastard children behind. Mercenaries were the most lustful men in the world, not because that was their innate nature, but because they were constantly in danger of dying. The stress was enormous. And the best way to eliminate stress was sex and wine. You could say that many mercenaries were born this way, almost like a cycle of reproduction that spanned thousands of years. In all honesty, Harry's silence was like a silent confession of guilt in the eyes of the nobles. Aegon felt his heart beating faster for the first time, but this feeling disappeared when he felt Jon Connington's hand touch his shoulder with encouragement. Feeling the support around him, Aegon looked at the three women with ancient blood features. I want the chance to prove my descent, to prove that I have the blood of Aegon the Conqueror running through my veins, just like my sister, my aunt, and my grandmother. Aegon spoke with a determined and confident tone, which made many nobles look at him with different eyes. Although Aegon could be many things, he really was a charismatic boy with his natural confidence and good looks, which definitely made him seem like a true Targaryen. The three women were not moved by his confident, determined, and courageous words. Riella in particular wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. In her eyes, Aegon was an element of danger that had to be eradicated, even at the cost of her own reputation. But seeing her daughters' and granddaughters' expressions, Riella knew that Aegon would live a while longer, mainly so that both girls could physically and mentally torture Aegon. She knew that her daughter and granddaughter wanted Aegon to commit suicide. And how can you prove your descent? Daenerys asked curiously, but Aegon's next words turned all her curiosity into pure murderous intent. I want to ride a dragon. He spoke with a lively, cheerful tone, but very determined to be a dragon rider. Especially after seeing the beautiful silver beast under the city. He had never thought that such monstrous beings could be so beautiful. There is no wild dragon for you to claim, Lord Aegon. Daenerys' eyes, with no trace of warmth in them, fell on Aegon with a calm gaze, but behind that calm there was a vast murderous intent. Aegon had touched on a delicate point of extreme importance to House Targaryen. Dragons were a line that House Targaryen did not allow anyone to touch, without exception. I can try to ride one of House Targaryen's dragons. As long as I can ride one, I can prove my descent. Aegon spoke as naturally as if asking for a family's greatest weapon was the most natural thing in the world. If anyone heard his tone, they would have thought he was asking to borrow a horse. Rhaenys, Daenerys, and Riella's eyes widened as they listened to the completely irrational, absurd, and extremely insulting proposal. What was the bond between rider and dragon? A bond binding the souls of both beings in a faithful bond until death did them part. Now, knowing that Aegon really wanted to steal their dragons, it could be said that the three women wanted to kill Aegon at that very moment. But pondering something interesting, Daenerys flashed a gentle, sweet smile. "Since you insist, I'll let you try with my dragon Balerion." Daenerys' words shocked everyone, including Olenna, who hadn't expected things to develop to this point. But how could people know the power of the bond between a dragon and rider? Rhaenys and Riella knew that no claimed dragon could accept another person riding them, so Daenerys' intention was obvious. Balerion is going to kill Aegon. But that wasn't what Daenerys wanted. She wanted Balerion to cripple Aegon, beginning the torture she had prepared for this Blackfyre bastard who dared to lust after her and her dragon. However, how could Aegon know Daenerys' thoughts? In his eyes, Daenerys' words were no different than confessing that she had an interest in him, and he had already proved that he was a Targaryen. It just filled him with emotion, knowing that he was well on his way to winning the heart of the beautiful queen. If Daenerys had known of Aegon's thoughts, she would probably have asked Balerion to devour Aegon's cock, leaving him a eunuch. "Are you sure you'll allow that?" Olenna asked the queen in a calm tone. "The recognition ceremony, as it was called by the nobles, will take place in the morning in the stadium. What if the dragon accepts it?" Daenerys shook her head and spoke. "You don't understand what it's like to be bound to a dragon. It's a bond that will only be broken with the death of one side. A dragon only has one rider at a time, and a rider only has one dragon at a time. If someone tries to ride a claimed dragon, the dragon will kill that person." Olenna finally understood why Daenerys would allow something so insane. At the same time, her eyes glazed over at the thought. If the body snatcher dies trying to ride the dragon, no one will blame the queen or the king. Daenerys nodded, but she didn't want to kill Aegon. She wanted to make him suffer before he finally committed suicide. "Varys is dangerous, my queen." Olenna spoke, the meaning of her words obvious. "Kill Varys. I know he'll die when this farce is over." Daenerys didn't want to keep Varys any longer either. Although the eunuch was indeed competent and his information network was impressive, the various dares the eunuch had made had already condemned him to death in her eyes. Olenna looked at Daenerys with appreciation. The young queen was decisive, which was a great quality for any monarch. "My granddaughter wants to serve the queen as maiden," Olenna said, making Daenerys look at her with a smile. "I'll take her on. I hope she enjoys spending her precious time with me," Daenerys said in a fun and playful way, which made Olenna roll her eyes, but she nodded seriously. Daenerys looked at the harmless-looking old woman and narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. It wasn't unusual for lattice from the great houses to serve the queen. It was quite normal. Those who served Riella were Joanna Lannister and the mother of the current Prince of Dorne, Doran Martell. But Margaery was rather annoying in her eyes, especially the pretended innocent and hypocritical appearance of the girl of a similar age. Olenna really trained the girl to be the perfect lady, whether in etiquette, acting, or seduction. However, Daenerys didn't want to refuse Olenna's request. The woman had truly been a teacher to her during that time, especially when it came to looking after the affairs of the court and the affairs of state of King's Landing and all the surrounding cities. Olenna helped her avoid many mistakes that she would only learn after years or decades of governance. In another room, "Aegon, you were too impulsive," Jon Connington commented with a tone of helplessness at how quickly things were unfolding. In his plans, they would have had to wait for months to try to subdue one of the dragons. But now, with Aegon's words, the plan had practically turned to ashes and could no longer be carried out. "Don't worry, Jon." Aegon put his hand on his shoulder and comforted him with a naturally cheerful and positive tone. "I'll be able to ride a dragon and we'll go to the Riverlands to help my brother fight Robert." A smile appeared on Jon's aged face. He looked at the young man before him and couldn't help but think of his father, the man he loved deeply. Both were essentially different. Rhaegar had a melancholy aura around him and always seemed to be thinking deeply. Aegon was the opposite, always looking cheerful and sunny, optimistic about everything and everyone. "May the gods help us with such an anxious king," Jon commented with a smile as he sipped his wine. It had been a long time since he had been so relaxed. Aegon laughed at Jon's words. Chapter 212, The False Dragon 4. "Although I don't know dragons, remember to show courage." Varys looked at the boy wearing armor before him and said with a gentle tone. He hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. If you see that you're not going to make it, don't hesitate to walk away. Even among the Targaryens there are examples of some not getting a dragon. Varys said. We can use that in case the claim fails. Illyrio spoke with a much more relaxed tone after hearing Varys' words. Varys nodded, but still warned firmly. We have to go in angry. The queen may be calm, but I know she's furious. Don't worry, Lord Varys. Aegon spoke with a confident tone. Daenerys is in love with me, otherwise how could she leave her dragon to me? Varys was speechless at Aegon's optimism, but seeing the confident look and self-satisfaction on his face, the eunuch remained silent. He knew that if he dared to say anything against this idea, he would be hated by the young man, which was not what he wanted. But deep in his heart, Varys wondered if a boy like this could really control Westeros, or even surpass Robert and Enar. Although Robert was a terrible king, his prestige as a warrior was unparalleled. Enar, besides being a brilliant strategist, was extremely cunning and knew how to say exactly what people wanted to hear. He was a more terrible opponent than Robert. Looking at Aegon's childish face and lean body, Varys only felt his doubts deepen. Although Aegon was intelligent, charismatic and kind, he lacked experience and resolute thinking. Varys really wanted to know how Enar had been taught to be so mature at the tender age of 14. It was truly incredible for a teenager to create what Enar created. Remembering that, are you sure House Targaryen is involved in blood magic? Him creating chimeras? Illyrio asked with a serious, solemn tone. If there was anything terrible in ancient Valyria besides dragons, it was chimeras made with blood magic. Man-eating monsters capable of tearing through a person like a piece of bread. Valyria had hundreds of thousands of them and used them when necessary. That man following the queen smells of blood magic. Varys commented in a calm tone, but in the depths of his gaze, a colossal hatred could be seen. He hated anything to do with magic, and he especially hated blood magic. Even now, Varys could remember perfectly how the wizard ripped off his genitals and threw him into the fire afterwards. The pain, the anger, the resentment allowed him to stay alive even after being left in a dark alley to almost die, but staying alive left great scars on his mind and left him with a gift capable of sensing magic through smell. Left in a dark alley almost dying, but staying alive left great scars on his mind and left him with a gift capable of sensing magic through smell. Titus, who protected the queen, smelled of the disgusting scent of blood magic, of that he had not the slightest shadow of doubt. That could be good for us, especially if the population gets wind of it. Illyrio commented with a cunning and malicious look. Although using blood magic is not a crime, especially for rulers, the example of what happened to ancient Valyria was still relatively recent, just over 400 years old. The people knew the end of Valyria, which could be a good tool to fight against King Enar's strong influence in King's Landing. Rumors have also started to spread in the city. They call Aegon the corpse snatcher. Varys spoke with a calm tone. House Tyrell acted very quickly. I myself didn't expect anyone to pay attention to the city while all the chaos was going on. Aegon's face turned livid when he heard that he was being called the corpse snatcher. Even though he was young, he could imagine that even if he became king, this title would accompany him for life. And if one day he did become king, his political enemies would use it to undermine his interests and those of the entire court. If before Aegon's attitude towards House Tyrell had been one of indifference, now it had evolved into extreme disgust. He had only just arrived in Westeros, but rumors were already circulating in King's Landing. I'm going to destroy House Tyrell, he said with a look of anger on his face. The title of corpse usurper will tarnish his reputation even after his death. How could it not infuriate him? Lord Aegon, House Tyrell has 90,000 soldiers and Lady Margaery, daughter of the Lord Paramount, is unmarried and of marriageable age. Varys spoke in a gentle tone as he looked at Aegon with an appraising gaze. The anger on Aegon's face disappeared completely at Varys' words. 90,000 soldiers and the Lord Paramount's daughter is unmarried. There were no words more beautiful than those to his ears. But Aegon's expression soon showed doubt. He wanted Daenerys, not Margaery. And even if House Tyrell was powerful, it was nothing compared to House Targaryen. Poor Aegon. House Targaryen was powerful, but it was powerful because of Enar. If you take away Enar, Caraxes and the Red Legion and the Sardaukar, House Targaryen would only have 3 juvenile dragons and no army. Without Enar with such strength, it was really hard to compare with House Tyrell. Suddenly, applause rang out outside the stadium, indicating that the queen had arrived. Daenerys has arrived. Aegon forgot all about his unhappiness as he walked towards the tunnel exit. As soon as he crossed the final light of the tunnel, Aegon's eyes ignored everyone and focused on the royal box, where only the royal family and important guests could sit. His eyes settled on Daenerys, who was smiling happily at the nobles. Taking a deep breath, Aegon walked down to the lower cabin and knelt in front of it. Looking directly into her eyes, he said, "I won't let you down and I'll make the world recognize me." Daenerys' lips curled at the words of passionate admiration in front of a married woman like her. If Aegon wasn't so stupid, she really thought the idiot was using words as a weapon to tarnish her honor. Daenerys looked coldly at Aegon and assumed that there was something very wrong with Aegon's head. The boy was simply difficult to describe in human words. But since he wanted to suffer, Daenerys was willing to be a good hostess and fulfill Aegon's dying wish. Without even looking at Aegon once, something he automatically thought the queen was shying away from, Daenerys simply called Balerion. The black dragon arrived quickly to the surprised exclamation of the crowd in both stands. It wasn't just Balerion who had arrived, but Moonfire and Vermithor landed, making the eyes of nobles and commoners alike go wide. Seeing dragons so close was like seeing them flying above the city. The majesty and horror of a dragon can only be seen up close, where fear can truly flourish. Balerion in particular had a totally different charm from the other two dragons. The dragon was practically the second coming of Balerion, the Black Terror, which of course became everyone's focus, especially after seeing the dragon's frightening, majestic, and horrifying appearance. Of the current dragons of House Targaryen, Balerion ranked first in terms of frightening appearance. Black scales, red eyes, menacing spines, and an expression that always said, "I will devour you at any moment." How could that not strike fear into people? Yet Aegon was excited to see Balerion. He felt that fate really was with him. Always a Balerion for an Aegon. However, Balerion didn't think so. The red draconic stared at the surrounding insects with a threatening look. The black dragon didn't like being stared at by so many people, especially the insect that was bravely approaching him. Its coal-red eyes sharpened as Balerion's head turned to face Aegon, who was getting closer and closer to the dragon. Seeing the dragon's head looking at him, Aegon smiled happily and felt that this was just Balerion's recognition. In the stands, Rhaenys and Riella scoffed at his foolish actions. "It's like Enar said, ignorance is bliss." Rhaenys commented with a sarcastic tone. If Aegon knew the slightest thing about dragons, he would know that this whole show was extremely stupid. Especially with a dragon as grumpy as Balerion. How grumpy is Balerion? In practical terms, the dragon would only let Daenerys ride him and touch him. Even the members of House Targaryen couldn't touch Balerion. Apart from Daenerys, Balerion only tolerated Enar touching him, but if Enar tried to ride him, the black dragon would react with ferocity, showing that he only accepted Daenerys behind his back. So, after learning of Daenerys' plan, Rhaenys watched with pleasure as Aegon died under the black dragon's flames. Smelling a slightly sweet, slightly sour smell, Rhaenys looked at Daenerys and saw that she was eating a lemon cake with a pleased expression as she looked at the farcer walking towards Balerion. At the same time, she heard Daenerys speaking to the servants around them. "Let them eat cake." In the same minute, the lords and laddies had lemon cakes in their hands. No one dared contradict the queen and they ate without a second thought. Rhaenys couldn't help but look strangely at Daenerys. "What are you doing?" Taking a bite of the lemon cake, Daenerys replied in a sweet, gentle tone. "Of course, celebrating the start of the show with cake. What's a party without cake?" Rhaenys was speechless listening to her words. Daenerys may have seemed sweet, delicate, innocent, and benevolent, but she was a rather sadistic and cold queen in her eyes. Honestly, Daenerys frightened her on many levels. The grotto was really scary. Who could eat cake while others burned in flames? "Don't look at me with those frightened eyes, niece." Daenerys was naturally sensitive to looks, perhaps because she had suffered several assassination attempts. Then she felt Rhaenys' gaze on her and spoke with a smile. "My cruelty is meant only for our enemies," she said as she used her tongue to gently remove the cream from between her lips. Rhaenys nodded, but didn't feel that this was really a satisfactory answer, as she felt that if she went against Enar, Daenerys would attack her without any hesitation. Not that she would betray her brother, but Rhaenys sensed that Daenerys really did have a level of obsession with Enar far superior to Visenya and herself. If there was any way to describe Daenerys' gaze on Enar, Rhaenys would describe it as Daenerys looking at Enar as the center of the world, something she didn't even notice, or if she did, simply ignored. It has begun. Ignoring her foolish niece beside her, Daenerys focused her gaze on Aegon, who was dangerously close to Balerion. Seemed strangely pleasant to him. Perhaps fire and brimstone ran through his veins, just like all Targaryens. "Hello, Balerion, we will do many things together." Aegon spoke, stepping forward and standing officially 3 meters away from Balerion. But Aegon's words made Balerion genuinely tilt his head to the side, as if doubting whether he had heard correctly. The two-legged sheep in front of him was insane. That was the only thing Balerion could think after hearing Aegon speak to the High Valyrian bastard and ugly. In an instant, to Aegon's delight, Balerion brought the draconic head to within a few centimeters of him. But Aegon's expression of joy vanished at the same moment. Balerion opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, but deep in the dragon's throat, black and red flame could be seen building up. Aegon's desperate face was illuminated by the black and red flames. Fuck. Chapter 213, The False Dragon v. Perhaps by luck, perhaps by reflexes, perhaps just because he dodged in time, Aegon managed to throw himself to the ground while the funnel of black and red flames passed a few centimeters from his body. However, the intense heat still made the armor on his body heat up like never before. He was practically cooking himself inside the armor. Burns began to appear under his skin, making the boy start to let out a scream of agony. Note: the Iron Bull torture was not famous for being gentle. Arg ha! Aegon's agonizing scream spread throughout the place, making nobles and commoners alike turn completely pale at such an agonizing scream. The audience recoiled in fright as the funnel of black flames with red streaks hit the ground, slowly melting the sand and gravel. Many women and men exclaimed in fright, seeing the terrifying scene. What would happen if the fire hit a human directly? They had an idea, seeing Aegon and the ground itself gradually becoming crystallized. "It's a little too sweet," Daenerys commented casually as she ate another spoonful of lemon cake. She narrowed her eyes with pleasure as she listened to Aegon's agonizing screams. She was not at all surprised by the result. If there was one person who knew Balerion well, it was her. Her dragon was simply the personification of bad temper. There was no more irritable and tyrannical dragon than her sweet and adorable dragon. In the box, everyone watched Daenerys eat cake and talk casually while listening to the screams of agony with a touch of fear. Yes, fear. They felt fear for such a young girl, who hadn't even turned 16 to be considered an adult in the eyes of the world. Olenna, in particular, looked at Daenerys with admiration. She could see that this was the image Daenerys wanted others to see of her. Only when there is awe will respect and reverence be born. Do not confuse fear with awe, both are two completely different things. Honestly, if Enar didn't exist, Olenna saw no problem in kneeling to Daenerys. The girl really knew how to manipulate and control people. "It must hurt," Rhaenys commented with a sarcastic touch as she listened to Aegon's scream of agony. She seemed pleased that he was in so much pain. "Of course it must hurt, he's cooking inside the armor," Daenerys replied with a smile as she watched Aegon thrashing on the ground, rolling in the sand and gravel. By his expression of extreme pain, he was truly suffering at that moment. Eating another piece of cake, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes with pleasure, feeling the taste sweeter than ever. Aegon, still thrashing on the ground, knew he couldn't stay any longer or he would die. So, even though his body protested, he dragged himself, praying to the gods that Balerion wouldn't pursue him. Balerion, seeing the two-legged sheep dragging himself away, sharpened his eyes again, and when he was ready for a delicious meal, he closed his mouth and looked at Daenerys with a pitiful look, like a child who was prevented from eating ice cream before dinner. "But mother..." But seeing his rider's firm expression, Balerion let out a dissatisfied trill, and not long after, the black dragon could be seen flying in the air, disappearing from everyone's sight. Moonfire and Vermithor followed Balerion, flying behind him, leaving an extremely injured Aegon on the ground, but full of relief for surviving. He looked towards the box, expecting to see Daenerys's worried expression, but what he saw left him completely stunned, which made the pain disappear. Before his eyes, the woman he believed to be full of admiration for him was eating and talking happily with his sister, Rhaenys, as if his screams didn't exist. To be more specific, Aegon felt that even his existence was not even known by Daenerys and Rhaenys. He finally discovered something about House Targaryen, the extreme prejudice and xenophobia of House Targaryen. For a noble house that marries among themselves, it can be said that the cohesion of House Targaryen was quite great. Anyone who wants to enter House Targaryen really needs to be accepted, and that's not so easy, as no one will accept anyone for no reason. Enar saved and helped Daenerys, Visenya, and Rhaella for many years, showing that he truly cared about House Targaryen, but Aegon simply arrived, calling himself a Targaryen, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, like an unknown relative coming to join the family for Christmas. An example of this is Rhaella. Although she hated Aerys, she loved him as a brother and never wanted him to die, because in the end he was just a sick man in her eyes. At that moment, the physical pain was completely insignificant compared to the mental pain. He felt a pain in his heart that he had never felt before. In the end, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Everyone fell silent as they listened to the increasingly loud and hysterical laughter. For some reason, many people remembered the laughter of King Aerys too, the Mad King. Daenerys rested her face in her palm and looked at Aegon with contempt. Although she estimated that he would be easily broken, she didn't expect him to be like glass, broken at the slightest touch. It seemed that he really hadn't seen the cruelty of the world. But if you haven't seen it, let me show you how cruel the world is, especially when you participate in the Game of Thrones. Daenerys felt no pity for Aegon. She even began to despise him the moment he started laughing. She lived and saw many things over the years, but pain did not make her bow before fate, but fed her, and like any food, it made her stronger instead of weakening her. Enar once said that the environment shapes how you will be in the future, and Daenerys deeply agreed with that. A flower grows in the greenhouse safely, but when the cold northern wind comes, the flower dies. Grass, on the other hand, survives despite the adversities of the harsh and deadly winter. Daenerys just let out a low laugh as she watched Aegon's mental state with interest. Don't go crazy so easily, it won't be interesting. Rhaenys looked at Daenerys and rolled her eyes at the cruel queen of Westeros. She truly felt sorry for Daenerys's political enemies. At this age, she was already a terrible adversary to face, much less in the future. Just imagining Daenerys, an experienced and veteran queen, made Rhaenys feel a shiver run through her body. Aegon stopped laughing and with Jon Cunnington's help, looked at the box, where he saw Daenerys smiling at him, but her smile didn't reach her eyes, making her eyes particularly cold and full of mockery at his laughable performance. Those eyes were like a sword piercing his heart, waking him up to the reality before him. He was not a Targaryen, even if he truly was one. He was not part of this family, he was a complete stranger. A stranger and nothing more. A bitter laugh escaped his dry and slightly burned lips. Half of Aegon's face was partially burned by the heat of Balerian's flames. Half of his face was still beautiful and young, but the other half looked dry with blood between the cracks in his skin, looking extremely frightening. If his face was like this, you can imagine the state of his body at that moment. Aegon, are you okay? Jon asked with a worried and anxious tone. The scene of what happened a few minutes ago was still fresh in his mind. The son of the man he loved almost died a few seconds before him. A look of anger passed across Jon's face, remembering the queen's innocent and laughing expression. The exiled knight felt a huge wave of anger pulse through his veins. His eyes stared at the queen in the box with a genuine look of someone who had just suffered a great betrayal. I'm fine, take me to a maester. With a hoarse and expressionless voice, Aegon commented with a painful look on his face. The injuries began to hurt even more at that moment, making his face contort with all the pain he was enduring. Come with me, Varys said in a calm tone. Minutes later, Aegon was placed on a bed while many other men surrounded the bed. All members of the Golden Company. They looked at Aegon's state with concern, and some showed complex looks, as if they were weighing something very pertinent. An old maester looked at Aegon's state and spoke in a calm tone. Bring plenty of water, clean cloths, and bring something for this child to bite. Jon nodded, and after long minutes, screams of agony were heard coming from Aegon's room. As time passed, the screams only became more intense and full of rage. Inside the room, the maester was removing Aegon's armor, but the moment the metal left his skin tore and blood dripped, showing exposed muscles. Throughout the process, Aegon thrashed on the bed while fiercely biting a piece of wood. The rage in Aegon's eyes became increasingly evident, especially after remembering Daenerys's appearance. How is it going? Varys appeared in the room and asked about Aegon's situation. Many areas of his body were burned by the heat of dragon fire, and his muscles were exposed. The maester said he would have to amputate one of his legs. The damage was too great, and if it continued it could necrotize. Jon spoke with a tone full of regret and indignation. He still couldn't believe that Daenerys could do something like this to her own nephew. That damned queen is too cruel, he said through clenched teeth while his expression was dark and slightly murderous. Yes, in Jon's eyes, Daenerys was to blame for everything that happened. From the beginning, Jon felt Daenerys already expected this to happen. Knowing this, how could he not blame the queen? Control yourself, Lord Jon. Varys severely warned Jon Cunnington. Walls have ears. He knew very well the skill of Daenerys's spies. None of his little birds could have such skills and discipline. After all, they were beggars and thieves. Even if they received training, it was difficult to compete with a properly trained army. Fuck it if she hears. She knew this would happen and still allowed Aegon to almost die. Jon shouted, not caring about anything else. He ignored the frightened eyes of the main members of the Golden Company and continued to shout in anger. She's cruel, didn't you see her eating cake and laughing happily while Aegon was agonizing? She's mager with breasts? Daughter of the Mad King? With each scream, the main members of the Golden Company became more frightened and trembled at the last insult. Shut up! Harry, the Captain General of the Golden Company, shouted at Jon with an angry expression. What if Daenerys punished the Golden Company after hearing Jon Cunnington's words? Wouldn't they be exiled again? If you dare to insult the Queen again, I will cut out your tongue. Harry spoke with a furious and angry tone. He finally had the chance to return home. How could he be indifferent to the possibility of being exiled again? All members of the Golden Company seemed to agree with Harry's words. They also didn't want to leave Westeros because of one man's anger. Don't forget that you swore loyalty to Aegon. Jon Cunnington spoke with a cold and murderous tone, seeing everyone's calm expressions. The Golden Company is loyal to the king who sits on the Iron Throne and nothing more. Harry opened his arms and spoke with a smile, not caring about Jon Cunnington's extremely dark expression. Although Harry felt a little ashamed to break an oath, nothing is more important than returning to Westeros. And if that happened if he betrayed Aegon, he would do it without any hesitation. Before coming to Aegon's room, he remembered the letter he received from one of Queen Daenerys' servants. Those who kneel will prosper, those who refuse to submit will die under dragon fire. Daenerys' words were more than clear. Harry knew that the queen wanted him to betray Aegon. After some hesitation, he accepted the proposal. He pledged loyalty to House Targaryen, but never specified which monarch he would serve. As for Aegon, Harry no longer cared. It was more than obvious that the queen, the king's sister, and the king's grandmother did not recognize Aegon's identity. Even if Aegon truly was of House Targaryen, it no longer mattered at that moment. Sorry, Jon. Harry spoke in a calm tone. The ancestral duty of the Golden Company is more important than anything else. Having said that, he didn't wait for Jon's reply and left the room. The main members of the Golden Company hesitated for a second before following their leader. Jon's expression was dark and full of anger. He wanted to shout at the traitors, but Varys stopped him and spoke in a calm tone. Let them go, it doesn't matter at this moment. We have to start Plan B, he said in a calm tone. Although the Golden Company's betrayal was not in his plans, it didn't mean he had completely failed. Jon nodded and looked at Aegon, still being treated by the old maester. We will not fail. Jon spoke with a determined tone. Chapter 214, Death of a God. You've done well, Lord Harry Strickland. Daenerys looked at the man kneeling before her with a satisfied look. Hearing Daenerys call him Lord, Harry's eyes went wide. He felt his hands shaking and asked in a gruff tone. Is your grace withdrawing our punishment? Yes, as of this moment, everyone in the Golden Company is forgiven for their crimes. Daenerys nodded and smiled, seeing the gratitude in the man's eyes. Without waiting for the man's thanks, Daenerys continued speaking in a cold tone. The Golden Company will attack Old Town with me and we will reduce that filthy city to ashes. Harry's eyes showed incredible determination. He stood up and looked directly into Daenerys' eyes. Don't worry, Your Grace, any enemy of House Targaryen will suffer the wrath of fire and blood. Then go and join House Tyrell. Daenerys ordered with a smile that was more than satisfied with Harry's words. Harry bowed once more to Daenerys, didn't hesitate and left with quick but heavy steps. Arriving at a room, Harry opened the door and saw all the leaders of the Golden Company waiting for him. Just like him, they were descendants of the noble houses exiled when they joined Demon Eye Blackfire during the rebellion. Looking into their hopeful eyes, Harry took a deep breath and spoke with a smile on his face. "We've returned home and fulfilled the wish of our ancestors." "Yes'm. We're finally back home. Dad, I wish you were alive to see this day." Shouts of excitement, joy and sadness filled the room the moment Harry's voice ceased. Everyone hugged each other while showing joyful expressions. "The Queen has forgiven our sins, but we have to march with her to destroy Old Town," Harry said seriously, but no one cared. War? They were used to it and didn't mind fighting one more, especially if it meant earning merit to restore lost fiefdoms and castles. "We'll be ready for war, Captain General." One of the men spoke with a determined, murderous tone. He didn't care that Old Town was the center of the religious heart of Westeros. As long as he could stay on this continent full of life, he would kill even the gods. "I'll meet the Master of Coin and ask for resources to supply our army." Harry nodded and wasn't surprised by his men's eagerness for war. In another room not far away, Aegon lay in bed with his body completely infixed, like a mummy, and listened to the merry laughter and excited shouts. The false prince's expression twisted grotesquely. The pain of betrayal made his purple eyes particularly dark. He looked like a wounded and hungry wolf after being expelled from the pack. While they were happy about the betrayal, he was suffering pain that was simply mind-boggling. Aegon couldn't even move a muscle without causing pain, the bandages rubbing against the skinless muscles and causing pain. "Traitors, without me you wouldn't dare set foot in Westeros," he muttered as he clenched his teeth, but this small act made him wince with the pain he felt. The image of Daenerys reappeared in Aegon's mind, but he didn't see the girl with as much glow or love as he'd thought he'd felt before. Love? Aegon wanted to slap his past self. No longer in love with Daenerys, he was finally able to see everything that had happened before more clearly. Looking back, he actually noticed details he hadn't noticed before. Her sarcastic smiles, her cold, murderous stares were more than clear. Remembering Jon and Varys' words, Aegon realized that both men had already noticed this, but neither of them had spoken directly to him. Instead of being angry with both men, he could understand why they hadn't said anything. Aegon himself wouldn't believe them and would even resent them, so both men never said anything. "Daenerys." A dark, hoarse whisper came from Aegon's bruised lips as the shadows gradually filled the room, heralding the end of the day. The next day, Daenerys, wearing red leather armor and a crown under her hair, looked at the army before her with a calm gaze. With House Tyrell and the Golden Company, she had an incredible 110,000 soldiers, not counting the 1,500 Sardaukar who would remain in King's Landing. In addition to hundreds of thousands of soldiers, she had 3 young dragons that could already be considered real weapons of war. Lord Mace, Paxter and Randall ordered the army to advance towards Old Town. Daenerys looked at the most experienced men she had at the moment and ordered with a regal tone. "Yes, my queen." The 3 men replied in respectful, excited tones. Mace, who thought of himself as a famous and powerful general, was the most excited at the moment. The man had bought a new suit of armor, as his old armor didn't fit his huge body. Another funny thing was that as a general, Mace wasn't riding a horse but was in a carriage. The poor horse that Mace had tried to ride earlier was still recovering from his injuries. Daenerys couldn't help but mourn the fate of the beautiful and powerful animal. Daenerys finally understood why House Tyrell was weak. As a lord like Mace, it was truly a miracle that House Tyrell was still Lord Paramount of Mandor. However, remembering Olenna, she seemed to understand how House Tyrell remained with a strong image. Just as Visenya conquered the Vale for Aegon, "I will give the ashes of Old Town to you, my king and husband," Daenerys murmured with a calm, deep gaze. Seeing the army advancing, Daenerys put her random thoughts aside and focused entirely on the moment. Riverlands in the king's personal tent. Scenes +18. I'd say get the kids out of the room, but I know you don't mind. The attack on Old Town has begun. Enar, who was naked in bed, looked towards King's Landing with a calm gaze. He felt nothing towards Aegon, not even hatred or anger. The boy was just a pawn in the hands of other conspirators and not worthy of his concern. However, the way Daenerys dealt with Aegon was satisfying. The girl has really grown up after a year and a half apart. Especially her ability to control people. Showing power, creating fear and then conquering with gratitude. Daenerys really was the woman worthy of rebuilding the Targaryen dynasty in other universes. However, something displeased Enar. That was Rhaenys' disappointing performance in dealing with all this. Instead of dealing with Aegon personally, she let Daenerys take control of everything. Yes, although killing Aegon was problematic, Daenerys, Rhaenys and Riella were overly concerned about it. Enar cared little for what the people would think of him after killing Aegon. For him, as long as humanity followed the golden path he had built for humanity to prosper, he didn't care what people would call him. Another point was that Enar sent Rhaenys to extract all the anger, pain and resentment that had built up in Aegon. These feelings were dangerous, especially when there were gods looking at House Targaryen with lust and murderous intent. Of all House Targaryen, Rhaenys had the greatest chance of falling into the arms of chaos, so Enar wanted her to explode with all the anger she possessed at this moment, to be more relaxed and calm, but obviously his intentions were misinterpreted. The three women were thinking too much instead of acting directly, but it wasn't entirely Rhaenys' fault or Daenerys and Riella's fault. The three women were still thinking exactly as humans would, but they weren't human, they were goddesses of his golden lineage. And the main characteristic of his golden lineage was that they respected neither the laws of men nor the laws of the gods. He cared even less about what people would think of him. I have to stop talking in riddles and say directly what I want this girl to do. Enar muttered with a helpless tone. Although talking in riddles was pretty cool, there were a lot of things that could get lost in people's interpretations. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands caressed his forehead, gently massaging the frown on his face. Looking at Arianne completely naked before him, Enar laughed and held her waist as he brought her into the comfort of his arms. "My king seems unsatisfied. Have I been unpleasant in bed?" Arianne asked as she pressed her curvy body against Enar's muscular body. Her full, soft, elastic breasts pressed tightly against his strong chest. Her voice was silky and sensual, and could make any man shudder with just her voice. "Never," Enar commented with a laugh as he gently kissed her shoulder while moving up to her neck, nibbling and sucking the sweaty skin after a night of carnal passion. Arianne let out a sensual moan as she felt Enar's lips taste her skin without qualms. "It's just that I was dissatisfied with the way things turned out in King's Landing." Nibbling softly on her ear, Enar whispered in her ear while his hands squeezed hard on Arianne's incredibly soft ass. Enar, who was already ready to take the field again, positioned himself in the right position and waited for the right moment. The Princess of Dorne practically melted under Enar's caresses. She gasped rapidly, her eyes gradually being filled with the purest carnal desire. "It's normal, my lovely cousin has always been one to think too much, especially after she started training with Uncle Oberyn." She spoke as her panting increased. Suddenly, she felt herself being filled in an instant. Ah, my king is evil." Enar smiled and whispered hoarsely in her ear. "I can stop if I wish." "Never," Arianne replied as she began to move up and down while putting her hands around Enar's neck. With each descent, her ass made a high-pitched sound and rippled with the collision of flesh. Shameful moans escaped her wet, swollen lips. Sex was as good as she'd hoped. Even if she hadn't done it before, she didn't regret it, because the pleasure she was feeling made up for all the years she'd never experienced it. It's not just Rhaenys who has to understand, but Daenerys and Riella too. Enar spoke with her breathing still normal as she experienced the pleasure with a calm yet completely relaxed gaze. "They need not worry about what others think of me, for House Targaryen does not respect the laws of men or gods." Enar spoke as he pressed Arianne against the bed and began to penetrate her hard. Arianne seemed astonished by Enar's words and spread her legs as wide as possible to make things more comfortable for her king. The girl looked small compared to Enar's size, but she still resisted Enar's onslaught with a pleasurable expression as she moaned at the top of her lungs, not caring if anyone heard her shameful moans. Their bodies mingled as sweat dripped down Arianne's glistening body and stained Enar's body, but neither cared. On the contrary, it only made their bodies slicker, increasing the feeling of pleasure for both of them. In the end, after a long hour, Arianne's moans already weak and her voice hoarse, Enar finally felt satisfied and released his seed inside Arianne's womb. Causing them both to orgasm simultaneously, Arianne in particular was already exhausted and her mind blank. Helping Arianne to lie down on his body, Enar stroked the woman's hair while looking up at the ceiling of the tent with a relaxed look and without a bead of sweat, even though he was drenched in Arianne's sweat. "You've done well, my lovely sand snake." Kissing her forehead, Enar commented in a gentle tone while flashing a smile. Arianne didn't reply and just closed her eyes with a tired but peaceful and relaxed expression after another round of sex. Chapter 215, Death of a God 2. The next morning, Enar looked up at the sky and smiled. Looks like someone's nervous and indecisive. He muttered as the smile grew on his face. He could see, his vision went beyond the limits of mortals and into the world of the gods, looking directly at the god of the seven faces. The supreme god of Westeros was undecided. Of course, Enar knew the reason for the god of the seven faces' indecision. Stay in the Riverlands and fight him or return to Old Town and protect the city. It was both a choice and a sacrifice. If the god of the seven faces remained in Riverlands, he would have to support the war and spend more divine power. If the war was lost, he would practically be giving Westeros to Enar on a silver platter. At the same time, the center of his religion would be destroyed, dealing a huge blow to the morale of the faithful, thus affecting his gaining of faith. If the god of the seven faces protected Old Town, the religion of the seven would actually survive longer and morale would be extremely high, but as it was written above, he would be giving Westeros to Enar again. The god of the seven faces knew that if this happened, Enar would outlaw the faith of the seven and implement another religion in Westeros, practically keeping it at bay. And when he lost too many believers, he would be like the dragon gods, forced to sleep and never wake up. That's how humans feel when faced with a choice. Enar murmured with a smile. Will you act on logic or emotion? Enar was really looking forward to killing this annoying god who had no defined gender. Sigismund, order all troops to attack. We're conquering Harrenhal today. Enar spoke, looking at his faithful guardian. Enar's plan was simple, force the god of the seven faces to make his choice today. Yes, my emperor. Sigismund showed a respectful look and left Enar's tent, walking towards the main tent. Enar didn't look at Sigismund, he looked at his own hand, where an obsidian dagger could be seen twirling between his fingers. Destined death. Enar muttered. A worthy name for the god-killing weapon. Unfortunately, it doesn't work against chaos gods. Enar showed a helpless look. He could kill the gods with this dagger because of the warp energy, but could he kill the chaos gods with the energy they were generated from? Using fated death on chaos gods would be like pouring water on fish. Enar estimated that to kill such abstract entities, he would really have to have the law of death crystallized into a weapon to at least try to kill a chaos god, and the chances of that happening were even less than 1%. The reason was simple. If the chaos gods could be killed, they wouldn't really die, because they are the embodiment of the thoughts of intelligent beings throughout the known universe, especially humans. To really kill the chaos gods, Enar would have to kill all the races in the known universe, even the humans themselves, but that was obviously impossible. Do I have to kill the laws that govern the universe? Destroy the warp? But how do you destroy a dimension responsible for the sentient collective of all life in the universe? Enar thought about the possibilities, but no matter how much he thought, a huge barrier always prevented him from continuing his train of thought. It wasn't his fault, but it really was difficult to think of something on this level. Perhaps when he became more powerful he would be able to think more clearly, but right now it was impossible for him to create such a plan out of thin air. In the end, Enar put the matter aside and focused on what was most important at the moment. Killing a god. Enar's orders were implemented and the entire army was ready in less than 2 hours, which was a reasonable amount of time, given the number of soldiers and preparations, so that an army of this size could be used more easily. Enar, who was wearing black armor with draconic details, looked at the 200,000 soldiers and showed a satisfied look. Especially the 500 Astartes, modified human beings superior to any human in the world. True killing machines. Visenya stood next to Enar, looking at the army with a nostalgic expression. She never thought she would live to command such a large army. Previously, when she was still just an exile and fugitive, she had dreamed of commanding 300 soldiers and found that dream too ambitious. But seeing the army of 200,000 men before her, she realized that the world really does turn. One day she was fighting to survive and the next she was in Westeros fighting to regain her home. Don't get distracted, this battle is important. Enar warned with a serious tone. Don't stay away from me or the 500 Astartes. For Visenya's protection, Enar simply gave her 500 Astartes to command, a force equal to probably the entire current army. Honestly, if the Astartes had the right technology, Enar wouldn't even need to use such a large army. Maybe 2 or 3 Astartes would be enough to decimate the entire army of House Baratheon and Lannister. Note: when are Astartes needed to conquer the earth? 1? 2. Don't worry, husband, I still want to get married in Harrenhal. Visenya didn't feel irritated by Enar's words. On the contrary, she seemed happy about it, because in the smallest details she could see how much Enar cared about her. Enar rolled his eyes. Only Visenya could think of getting married on such a warlike occasion, but he liked this warlike side of his wife. He would 1,000 times rather have a woman accompanying him on the battlefield than a pretty vase used only to satisfy his carnal desires. Passion could fade, love disappear, but companionship was truly precious in his eyes. Don't worry, even if I have to kidnap you, we'll get married in this burnt-out castle. Enar spoke with a serious and solemn tone, as if he were saying something full of justice. This time it was Visenya's turn to roll her eyes. She looked at her husband speechlessly, but she liked his words. It showed that he was determined to marry her. What about your fight with Robert? Visenya asked, slightly worried. She knew that Enar wouldn't use his powers and fight Robert man to man. Enar didn't answer and looked at the endless timelines, but then cancelled the use of his powers and answered in a calm, deep tone. It won't happen today, but it won't be far off, maybe in 2 weeks or a month. Honestly, he wasn't surprised by this. According to the previous plan, he would have had to stay in Harrenhal for a year before the final battle began, but after the creation of the 500 Adeptus Astartes, that time had been shortened countless times. Especially after the holy war that was about to begin in the Reach. What was supposed to last a year was shortened by more than 11 months, showing that choices in the present could drastically change the future. In Enar's eyes, a person's future was like a long rope. In this same rope there were knots in it, each of which represented an important choice in a person's life. When a person made their choice, fate would practically create another rope out of thin air. Just imagine 2 possibilities. In one life you choose to be a bandit, the choices in that life will be based on that initial choice. If in another life you choose to be an honest worker, the trajectory of your life will be completely different from the life you chose to start as a crook. Each knot in the rope is a similar choice. As soon as that choice is made, your destiny will change accordingly and many other knots in the rope will appear, thus repeating an eternal cycle of choices, decisions and feelings, and finally death. Note: did you understand? I really don't know if you will. Originally, Enar and Robert's fight would be at the end of the year, but at that moment, Enar discovered that after creating the Astartes, that time had been greatly reduced, showing that when he made the choice, fate changed accordingly. Visenya wasn't relieved by those words, but she was slightly worried about Enar's safety. Although she hated to admit it, she had to reluctantly admit that Robert really was a great warrior. If it was Enar with powers, she had no doubt that Enar could tear Robert in half with his bare hands, but if Enar fought without powers, how could Enar not guess what the girl was thinking by looking at her expression? Placing his armor-covered hand on Visenya's head, Enar spoke in a gentle, calm tone. Believe your husband, I'm not a man who loses fights. If you get hurt, I won't treat your injuries. Visenya said with an angry and fierce expression, but with her sweet, delicate and beautiful facial features, it was really difficult to create a truly fierce expression with that face. Showing a teasing smile, Enar replied with a touch of amusement. Since you don't want to, I'll let Arianne take care of my injuries. You dare. Visenya practically snarled at his words. She widened her eyes and looked at Enar with a truly angry expression. Just kidding. Still with a smile on his lips, Enar replied in an amused tone while looking at the girl with an innocent gaze. Humph. Visenya snorted coldly and looked at Enar with a seemingly fierce gaze. You're getting meaner and meaner. You obviously want to intimidate me just like Lita, but you can only intimidate her. Lita, who was standing behind Enar, pursed her lips tightly, looking at Visenya with a resentful gaze. Visenya's words practically encouraged Enar to provoke her instead of Visenya herself. However, as it was the queen herself saying these things, the words that were ready to be said to anyone could not be uttered to the queen. In the end, Lita looked at Enar with resentment, as if she blamed him for everything. Which was true, he was to blame for everything. Enar ignored the stares from the 2 women, although he found what was happening at the moment incredibly amusing. His human nature became a little stronger at that moment, showing that the path he had been thinking about was correct. In order not to become an emotionless machine in the future, he should be surrounded by emotions, especially from the people close to him, which could help even more. They've started to move. Einar spoke, drawing the attention of Visenya and Leda. Numerous people could be seen at the top of the castle walls, bows and more bows filled their hands. It looks like they want a war of consumption. Einar commented with a smile. It was a good strategy at the moment, but in the end being trapped in Harrenhal would be Tywin's fault. For the gates of Harrenhal themselves are not invincible. Yes, the castle was indeed an almost magical fortress, but it had no moats and the gates could be breached with the right weapon. So staying inside Harrenhal was rather stupid in Einar's eyes. But Einar didn't underestimate Tywin's intelligence. The man was more cunning than an old fox. Let's start the war. Einar spoke as he drew Lady Lya from her scabbard and held her firmly in his hand. Looking at the army ready before him, Einar raised his sword high and spoke with a calm tone. Advance, my brave soldiers, and destroy my enemies. Einar's voice seemed to be magical, as it reached all of the more than 200,000 men and women. The next moment, shouts rang out throughout the army. For the king! For the Messiah! To House Targaryen! Chapter 216, Death of a God 3. When the war began, Harrenhal became a veritable hell on earth. Flaming arrows rained down from the sky, looking like comets leaving trails of fire behind them. Shields! A man shouted as he positioned the shield above his head, waiting for the impact, which came in the next second. The sound of arrows hitting the shield echoed across the battlefield. However, the arrows still hit hundreds of people, killing some and injuring others. At the same moment, the fire seemed to come to life, turning into a huge wave of fire and crashing into the majestic walls of Harrenhal. Some unlucky people were caught in the fire and turned into charred corpses. It was Kinvara and Makoro who had acted and counterattacked using magic. The lords who were watching it all opened their eyes wide, horror and disbelief on their faces. They sensed that this was a legendary battle that had been written in the pages of books about an ancient and powerful era. Which, if you think about it, wasn't exactly wrong, as this really was a battle that would decide the death of a god. Incredible! Visenya commented as she saw the wave of flame colliding with the castle walls. It was a sight so magical and incredible that it could make even the calmest of men feel awe at magic. You'll be stronger. Einar replied with a smile as he released the arrow from his bow, hitting a man on the ramparts, killing him instantly as the arrow hit his eye. Visenya nodded, a happy smile on her lips, obviously pleased with Einar's words. Which was understandable, who wouldn't want to become so strong? Unfortunately, she couldn't use her powers, otherwise she would show her force to the whole army. Suddenly, a squadron of thousands of people was advancing towards the gates of Harrenhal. However, what was striking was the object they were pushing. A battering ram, the huge wooden log with the pointed end coated in metal, looked like a monster made of wood and steel. With a loud and powerful bang, the battering ram collided with the solid and firm gates, which didn't move or even show any sign of damage, showing just how massive the gates were. Seeing this, Einar estimated that in half an hour, the mighty gates of Harrenhal would fall, and he was proud to say that he didn't use dragons. However, he also knew that Tywin would not stand idly by in the face of such an obvious attack. Just as Einar had expected, stones struck his men, hitting some and killing others. Their deaths were brutal and bloody, spreading blood and brain tissue on the ground. However, faced with the atmosphere of war, which turned the gentlest of men into animals who only knew how to kill, the death of these men aroused no feeling, they simply attacked with more ferocity. As the battering ram struck the gates again and again, on the 100th blow from the wood and metal monstrosity, the gates of Harrenhal were already severely damaged. Suddenly, Einar looked up and saw a blond man with green eyes jumping off the wall and falling to the ground. Looks like someone can't wait any longer. Einar commented with a smile, knowing that Jaime would only move on orders from the god of the Seven Faces. Which was just as well, showing that the god was extremely indecisive at the moment. Stunning. Jaime fell to the ground with his knees bent while holding his sword with both hands. The young lion wasted no time and ran towards the squad that was using the battering ram. In an instant he was already in front of the squad of Red Legion men, brandishing his sword. It was a massacre, even though they were highly trained humans. The Red Legion was nothing compared to a blessed one who had received the blessing of a god. However, Jaime's massacre didn't continue for long, as Sigismund had just arrived and punched the knight extremely hard. Jaime used his arms to defend himself against Sigismund's punch, but was thrown away by the force of it. The sound of bones breaking echoed unexpectedly loudly in his surroundings. Looking at his swollen and broken arms, Jaime couldn't help but realize that it wasn't just him who had gotten stronger, but that his enemy was getting stronger too. But the wounds were soon healed by the blessing of the seven-faced god. Enar, seeing that the fight was on, ordered the cannons to start firing at Harrenhal. He also had some catapults, although there weren't many, no more than 3, as it was difficult to move with such siege weapons, but he still ordered them to start firing as well. The thunderous sound of the cannons rang out across the battlefield as stones wet with highly flammable liquid tore through the air with violence and brutality, striking inside the castle itself. Inside the castle, Tywin was wearing his red armor. The Lord of Casterly Rock stood in the middle of all the soldiers as he watched the gates shake with each impact of the battering ram. Closing the visor of his helmet, Tywin shouted loudly for all to hear. "As soon as the gates fall, don't hesitate to advance. We'll be like an arrow through the enemy army. Isn't it better to surrender?" As soon as the man's words were out, the place was completely silent. Tywin looked at the lords of the Westlands who said this with a cold expression from behind his closed helmet. Without any hesitation, Tywin brandished his sword, and at the same moment, the man's head separated from his body. The headless body fell to the ground as a pool of blood formed beneath it. "Does anyone want to surrender?" Tywin's cold voice was transmitted from soldier to soldier, causing morale to recover a little. Honestly, if it had been anyone else, the lords would have already bent the knee to Enar. Their lives and the continuation of their homes were the most important thing. But it was Tywin Lannister who was commanding the armies, the man with more prestige than Robert Baratheon himself. No one dared answer Tywin's question. The example of the lord who had just died was right in front of them. No one wanted to be the next to lose their head and certainly wouldn't say anything. Seeing that none dared to answer him, Tywin looked calm and returned his focus to the gate that was about to be destroyed. Looking to the side at the army not far away, Tywin could see Robert even among the soldiers, the king's armor and height too perceptive. Tywin had already constructed a plan almost so that the battle would be lost. Robert would return to Casterly Rock and wait for the chance to fight again. However, there was a deep disappointment in his gaze. Jaime had become a puppet in the hands of the gods and would never be able to free himself. Tywin himself feared that if he made Jaime heir, Casterly Rock would become a church for the Seven. However, he had no other options. Give Casterly Rock to Cersei? Such an absurd idea never crossed his mind. He could burn down the whole castle rather than name his daughter as his heir. As for Tyrion, Tywin didn't have a son called Tyrion. Tywin, who was worried about House Lannister when he died, heard a loud crash and under everyone's shocked eyes, the gates that had defended Harrenhal for almost 400 years collapsed before him. "Attack!" Tywin shouted as the whole army followed him forward. The first to face House Lannister was the squadron using the battering ram. There was no suspense in this first fight, where everyone in the Red Legion was killed in the face of the sheer numbers of the enemy. But even outnumbered, the Red Legion squadron killed a considerable number of enemies before dying heroically. Tywin didn't have a chance to breathe before House Targaryen's army arrived in full force. "Get into formation and attack!" Tywin shouted before taking a step forward himself. In an instant, the two armies collided in sheer brutality. The front line practically became a grinder of human flesh, swords and spears trying to kill each other. Taking advantage of the fact that the Lannister and Targaryen armies were fighting, the Baratheon army left Harrenhal and joined the fight. The increase of 40,000 men brought the battle to a standstill. 110,000 men versus 200,000 men. Two giant armies collided without any hesitation. Reason and reasoning were put aside and what prevailed were the most basic instincts of the human race. The greed. Greed to win, greed to survive, greed for glory, greed to kill. With each person who fell, another stepped forward and took the dead person's place. They stepped on the bodies of their dead comrades and killed even more people. Looking at the brutality before her, Visenya felt a chill in her stomach, but she didn't fear it or even feel afraid. She had been born to fight and would fight until the end of her days, until his body finally stopped breathing. Taking a deep breath, Visenya looked at the 500 Astartes beside her and felt calmer than ever. There was no way she could lose this epic battle that would be remembered until the end of humanity. "Forward!" Visenya closed her helmet and spoke in a voice muffled by the helmet. The 500 Astartes obeyed Visenya's orders and advanced towards the front line. As Visenya advanced across the battlefield, Sigismund and Jaime's fight reached frightening levels. Their every move created craters and made the ground shake like earthquakes. Tremble. Sigismund's fist, covered in a blue aura, struck Jaime squarely in the chest, but the swordsman also attacked at the same moment, his sword slicing through the general's thick armor, making a vertical cut across his body. Blood splattered in the air before the two were forced back 5 steps. Both men were breathing heavily as they stared at each other with coldness and incredible murderous feelings. In an instant, both men collided with each other again. If the fight between the armies was brutal, the fight between the two men was even more so, especially with Jaime's super regeneration. There was so much blood splattered around that it could easily have belonged to hundreds of ordinary humans. There were even some of Jaime's own arms. The regicide. The false knight who desecrated his blade with the blood of the king he swore to defend. Sigismund spoke, looking at Jaime with a cold, calm gaze. His voice couldn't have been more sarcastic at that moment. Jaime narrowed his eyes as a cold, murderous look was reflected in his gaze. He hated that damn epithet. He'd rather be called many things, but not Kingslayer. He saved 500,000 people, but no one knows or even cares to ask. But now he's nothing more than a dog fighting for a god, a puppet who in the end is destined to be thrown away when he no longer serves. Sigismund continued as he landed a punch on Jaime's defined jaw. Spitting blood a tooth on the ground, Jaime spun in the air with supernatural agility and his sword struck Sigismund's shoulder. I say the same, you're nothing but a dog to the Targaryen king with your sick religion. Jaime commented as he stepped back again, looking at the wound on the man's shoulder with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. Unlike you, I feel honored to be the king's dog. Sigismund looked at his wound with indifference. Are you proud to be a dog of the god of the 7 faces? Sigismund's words were more painful than being punched by the man. How could he be proud of something like that? He himself wanted to kill the god of the 7 faces for turning him into a monster. Jaime didn't respond and attacked again, the fight resuming even more brutally than before. Enar also fought bravely on the front line. Leda was always behind him, protecting him and killing his enemies. Enar's sword, Lady Laia, cut through people like a vegetable, not even the toughest armor could stop it from taking a life. Slashing a man's neck, blood splashed into the air, falling on him, but Enar didn't care. He raised his head feeling something and couldn't help but smile. In his eyes the clouds changed color, transforming into 7 different colors, a holy aura spreading throughout the place. Enar could see that this aura began to strengthen the enemy armies. The god of the 7 faces had chosen his battlefield. Riverlands. Chapter 217, Death of a God 4. Enar acted in an instant. He used his own magic to balance the divine energy of the god of the 7 faces. A red light rained down from the sky and fell on the soldiers of House Targaryen, but unlike the light of the 7 which could not be seen by mortal eyes, the red light could be seen even by animals. At the same time, an imperceptible line descended over Jaime and connected with the night. It was the bridge to the divine world. Sigismund. Enar shouted loudly and advanced towards Sigismund and Jaime's fight. Sigismund acted just as Enar shouted. Without caring about his own injuries, he simply grabbed Jaime and immobilized him. Jaime didn't stand still while he was immobilized. He drew a knife from his waist and struck Sigismund repeatedly in the back. Although he didn't know what was happening, his instincts were screaming at him to get out of that place. Jaime didn't hesitate and believed his instincts, for they had always saved him in times of need, and it would be no different now. Stabs and more stabs pierced Sigismund's ribs, puncturing his lungs and stomach, but regardless of the wounds Jaime caused, the man remained as still as a mountain and tougher than steel. Suddenly, Jaime felt a strong wind blow past him and a pain in his heart made him stop his movements. Raising his gaze, he saw a pair of purple eyes looking at him with a calm expression, although they were smiling. Rhaegar? That was Jaime's first thought after seeing Enar, but he quickly denied the possibility and immediately knew who stood before him. Enar Targaryen. Jaime looked at the boy and couldn't help but marvel at how much father and son resembled each other. It was like standing before Rhaegar's ghost. Has anyone ever told you that you look like your father? Jaime asked with difficulty, his green eyes regaining their former brilliance without being under the influence of the god of the 7 faces. For the first time in his life, Jaime felt how good it was to have free will. This feeling of freedom was better than all the women he had touched in his lifetime. My grandmother still often looks at me as if she were looking at her son. Einar replied with a nod. Tell the queen that I deeply regret what happened, Jaime said in a calm tone, but full of regret. I could have stopped the king from hurting her every time he burned someone, but my duty stopped me from hurting the king. What are his biggest regrets? Not killing Aerys earlier and not being able to help Queen Riella while she was being raped, abused and beaten by her own husband. Jaime knew that it wasn't just him who had such thoughts, all the Kingsguard had similar thoughts, but because they were bound by duty, they never really managed to protect the queen from the king. There's no need to worry, she's become a strong woman who could kill a man at any time. Einar certainly knew what Jaime was thinking and said it with a calm tone. A look of relief shone in Jaime's eyes, then he looked at the extremely tall girl behind Einar. Even though she was of a different sex, he still saw some similarities with his good friend. Arthur would be so proud to see you wearing this armor, Jaime said, looking at the white armor that Leda proudly wore. However, when he met the girl's eyes, he saw only contempt and disgust. A bitter laugh escaped Jaime's lips, but he didn't try to say anything, not even to redeem his reputation. Jaime looked at the obsidian dagger stuck in his heart and couldn't help remembering weeks ago when the same dagger had been stuck in him. Are you going to kill him? Jaime asked with blood beginning to trickle from his mouth. If it doesn't, it'll leave him so wounded that he'll have to sleep for thousands of years. Einar commented with a smile as he looked up at the sky with a murderous gaze. That's great, people shouldn't be controlled by gods. Jaime spoke with a weak, hoarse tone. My king, may I ask a favor? Jaime opened his eyes as wide as he could and asked with a firm tone. His eyes shone with supplication. If it's something not too serious, yes. Einar nodded, he didn't deny the dying man's last request. Tommen and Myrcella, they are innocent and pure children, they have no ambition to be king and queen. Until his last moment, Jaime wanted to save the lives of his children, it was the only thing he could do as a father to those sweet, innocent children. They will not be harmed, I will take Myrcella as my mistress and she will be the mother of a child of mine, a very important one for the known universe. Einar answered Jaime with a gentler tone when he spoke of Myrcella. May I know his name? Jaime asked with extreme difficulty. Lion. Einar answered the name of his son with Myrcella. A smile appeared on the man's blood-stained lips. Knowing his grandson brought a comfort that no one could have imagined in Jaime's mind. As the light faded in his eyes, Jaime saw at the end of his life a picnic he had planned. A picnic that even Tywin attended after much insistence from him and Cersei. Apart from his mother, everyone in the family attended. House Lannister seemed in harmony at that moment. Even if his father didn't smile, he could see a trace of happiness in the old lion's eyes. Looking at Jaime's almost dying body, Einar showed no sign of wanting to save the man. Even with Jaime's regeneration, the gigantic amount of warp energy flowing behind Jaime to the god of the seven faces was terrible for any being, including divines. Einar stopped caring about Jaime and focused his gaze on the god of the seven faces. The divine being was in terrible condition at the moment. Apart from the mad, chaotic whispers in his mind, the body of the god of the seven faces had begun to deform grotesquely. His flesh seemed to have a life of its own, as it moved and squirmed with a nauseating sound, something like worms moved under his skin, devouring the divine flesh and blood. The limbs of the god of the seven faces transformed into something resembling a worm's body, a particularly grotesque worm. The head completely lost its human aspect, it turned into a smooth pink head, the eyes seemed to disappear and everything else with them, leaving only an empty, frightening face. Even with all his mental resistance to ugly things, Einar felt his stomach turn at the disgusting scene before him. Although he knew that warp energy was extremely contagious and dangerous, it was the first time he had personally seen the effects on a living being. Einar had to admit, he understood why the gods didn't want chaos gods to be born. That kind of being was like a monster with an endless hunger, destined to destroy and pollute any being that had life, regardless of whether it had intelligence or not. However, Einar's expression changed dramatically, sensing something. There was something he hadn't thought of. Playing with chaos was playing with a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Even with the superb control he had over warp energy, he had still forgotten one very important point. He wasn't the only one who could manipulate warp energy. At this very moment, in order to survive, the god of the seven faces had lost all rationality, leaving only the instinct to survive, but even this had been distorted by an entity still in birth. Under the influence of this pollution, his instinct used something that every god had. He shared his thoughts with his believers. Enar sensed it at the same moment and felt goosebumps all over his body. It wasn't the instinct of the seven-faced god doing that, but a tiny remnant of consciousness from one of the four chaos gods. Enar quickly used his magic to stop it, but it was too late. The chaos was like a disease, spreading quickly and invisibly. Enar stopped trying to stop it and focused on something else. He began to sense the changes on the battlefield. Feeling the aura of chaos in certain areas of the battlefield, he knew it was chaos starting to spread. Enar immediately gave instructions to Leda, Sigismund and all 500 Astartes. Search and destroy. Search and destroy. Search and destroy. At the same time, Enar sent a message to Daenerys. The reason for the holy war had changed from extermination to containment. All of Old Town is to be under containment and no boats or people are to leave the city. Enar also asked Daenerys to send troops to the surrounding areas, including King's Landing, to kill any believers in the Seven. He had no doubt that the god of chaos could create a religion at that moment. However, he was completely confused. Not that he was unaware of the influence of the chaos gods, but the chaos gods weren't born. However, it seemed that even though they weren't born, the chaos gods could still influence the warp. This caught Enar off guard and only showed how cunning these beings were. Obviously they could have done this before, but they waited for the right moment when he was more relaxed and simply spread their influence to the world. I have to find a way to deal with the influence of the chaos gods or I wouldn't be able to use fated death on the gods anymore. Enar muttered to himself, but he wasn't afraid. Although the chaos gods could spread using the faith of the Seven, they had not been born and were no more than fetuses. The amount they could use was tiny, small to the point of disappearing naturally. Another point was that the region of influence of the chaos gods was only in Westeros. They couldn't go to Essos, as the Red God and the other gods would surely notice and destroy this pollution by the chaos gods. Suddenly, a cry of pain and agony reached his ears. Enar looked again at the god of the Seven Faces and saw a cross made of pure red light piercing the god of the Seven Faces. The Red God had acted again and pinned the seven-faced god in place. At the same time, a peaceful, gentle voice sounded in his mind, Enar. Very well, Enar. Although there are some unforeseen events, it's perfectly normal. I'll take care of the god of the Seven Faces, just deal with the influence of the chaos gods. After he finished speaking, Enar could no longer see the seven-faced god and let out a helpless sigh. He hadn't expected things to come to this. Don't underestimate people's intelligence. Enar muttered with a firm tone. Although the arrival of the chaos gods was an accident, it was an accident caused by himself, something he would not repeat again. However, one thing was certain. He had accomplished his goal. The god of the Seven Faces had completely lost control and was no longer a danger. Westeros was completely his and he only had to deal with Robert and the Night King and eventually prepare for the long night. Enar looked at the battlefield and felt much lighter than before. Without the threat of the seven-faced god, he could be much freer. As he looked at the battlefield, he felt the auras of chaos disappearing and knew that Leda, Sigismund and the 500 Astartes were doing their job. Chapter 218, The Unexpected Arrival. Tywin, who was in the middle of the army while it was fighting, felt the warm energy in his body disappear. Although he didn't know what it was, he was glad to have it, because the army was stronger with this unknown energy. However, now that this energy was gone, he soon noticed that the army was steadily advancing instead of advancing, which showed that they were losing. If this continued, the already low morale would cease to exist and the chances of desertion would be extremely high. But just as Tywin was about to order the fiercest attack, he felt a bad premonition. He knew that feeling all too well. It was the same feeling he felt when he saw his wife die in front of him. Looking frantically around, Tywin's green eyes scanned the surroundings, searching everywhere for Jaime. He found it, but he didn't want to, for he saw his son on the terrifying battlefield, where humans could not tread. His son lay on the ground, the golden armor of House Lannister stained with mud and dented in many places. But what really caught the eye was the obsidian dagger driven into Jaime's heart. His son had died. Tywin was furious, like a lion fighting for territory, but the man's expression couldn't have been colder and calmer. His lips trembled for a moment, as did his hands. Looking up at the sky, he saw clouds stained a shade of crimson red, but this didn't impress him. Curiously, the rain fell from the sky as if mourning Jaime's death. Feeling the rain wet his face, Tywin looked back at the army of House Targaryen. Aerys, fate really likes to play with us. I killed your grandson and son, and your grandson killed my son and brother. The Lion of Casterly Rock muttered as raindrops fell on his face. Some might say that Tywin was crying at this point, but he didn't really cry. The only time Tywin really shed tears was when his wife died. After that day, no more tears accumulated in the eyes of the Lord of the Rock. Order the army to attack in full force, let them see what the lion's roar sounds like. Tywin ordered with a terribly cold tone. Yes, my lord. The soldier felt a terrible chill surround him. Even the cold of the rain seemed insignificant to the cold he was feeling at the moment. On the other side, commanding the army of House Baratheon, Robert, riding a tall brown stallion, crossed the battlefield heroically while wielding his warhammer. The rain beat fiercely against his face, leaving him cold, but at this moment there was only slaughter in the eyes of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. The warhammer tore through the air with brutality and simply destroyed any armor that dared to stand before the majestic power of the weapon. Heads were blown off, chests sunk and ribs broken. Not one person could withstand more than 3 blows from the king. Robert had never felt so alive. He had been born for this, to command and fight wars, not to sit on a cold, painful throne and be king. Ha 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 ha. Robert's cruel, animated laughter seemed to echo across the battlefield. The Storm Lords were in high spirits watching their king traverse the battlefield invincibly. Suddenly, Robert's eyes caught sight of a particularly striking piece of black armor on the rainy battlefield. He couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. It was a girl no more than 20 years old wielding a sword with a goddess of war, killing the soldiers of House Lannister and Baratheon as if they were unarmed commoners with no training whatsoever. Her every blow, expression and look made the heart of the King of the Seven Kingdoms beat faster. After a long time, Robert felt his heart beating faster again for the first time. A feeling he had only felt when he saw Lyanna, but here he was, equally attracted to a woman. Robert felt his mouth go dry as a smile spread across his face. Taking hold of the horse's reins, he slammed his legs into the animal's belly and advanced towards the girl with the warhammer in his hand. Coming closer to him, he couldn't help but notice the silver hair and lilac eyes, the feeling he had just discovered gone in an instant. Anything related to House Targaryen was something completely repugnant. Looking at the House Targaryen crest on the armor, Robert knew that this girl was a member of House Targaryen. A list of names appeared in his mind and he immediately came to the conclusion that this was Visenya Targaryen, daughter of the Mad King. Robert spoke aloud as he rode at high speed towards the dragon creature. Hearing her name called, Visenya looked up at the tall man in silver armor with a cold expression. Looking at the crown, warhammer and armor with the coat of arms of House Baratheon, she already knew who it was. My brother's murderer. Visenya spoke with a terribly cold tone. She knew that Enar didn't have time to deal with Robert right now because of previous events, but she could very well take her husband's place. Visenya's focus immediately shifted to Robert. She put everything else aside and focused on the man in front of her. Her mother's words about Rhaegar flashed through the queen's mind. The love and tenderness in her mother's face and voice was something she could never forget in her life. Holding her sword in both hands, Visenya positioned herself and waited for Robert's horse to come close enough to her. When the horse was close enough, Visenya moved, as did Robert. The warhammer seemed fiercer than ever, tearing through the air with ferocity as it headed towards her armor-clad chest. Visenya showed no panic and calmly dodged the warhammer. Her sword sliced through the air and struck the horse's leg. With a sad sound, the beautiful animal fell to the ground, spinning in the mud while letting out pained neighs. Robert was thrown from his horse and fell heavily into the mud, staining his beautiful armor. The hammer fell not far from him. The first thing Robert did was crawl to the hammer's location and take the hammer firmly in his hand. He looked at the small figure before him with a touch of admiration in his tone. "If you were from any other noble house, I would fall in love with you," said the king as he stood up on the ground with force, ignoring the pain in his ribs, which had probably been broken during the fall from his horse. "If you were from any other noble house, you'd die painlessly," Visenya retorted to his words with a cold tone, glaring at her brother's murderer. There was nothing but disgust in front of the man who was her cousin. "Good point." Robert laughed and advanced towards Visenya with an angry look on his face. "I won't let you die without pain either." Visenya also advanced under the soft, wet ground, leaving heavy footprints on the ground. They both met in an instant. But unlike Robert had expected, the girl was as agile as a deer and easily evaded his blows. However, he soon discovered something more shocking. When an exchange of blows took place, he was forced to retreat. He was a tall, muscular, and definitely heavy man, but he still lost force to a delicate, fragile girl with sweet features. To say that Robert was shocked was an understatement, but then he remembered something and spoke sarcastically, looking at Visenya. "You went back to your roots and used blood magic? How many lives did you sacrifice to gain such power? 100? 1,000? 10,000? Visenya looked into Robert's eyes and spoke with a cold tone. "Yes, but I haven't sacrificed anyone. My power comes from my husband and no one else." "Who knows how much blood he drank to give you so much power? Don't you feel anything when you hear that?" Robert said with a tone full of disgust. "Absolutely nothing," Visenya said as she stepped forward again. This time it was she who started swinging the sword. Clang! The sword was blocked by the body of the hammer, sliding over the iron rod and causing sparks to fly around them. Visenya seized the moment and spun around, kicking Robert in the chest, hitting his armor. Under the force of her kick, the polished steel distorted and sank. She didn't stop and wanted to attack once more, but that was a mistake. Robert felt his chest run out of air, but ignored this and brandished his hammer, hitting Visenya's arm with force. A painful groan escaped Visenya's lips, as the sound of bones breaking sounded particularly loud at the moment. She stepped back and looked at the arm covered by the armor. There was a deep dent and she knew that a bone had broken. "You have no combat experience. A veteran would soon walk away after hitting the enemy," Robert said as he caught his breath, but the sharp pain in his chest made him certain that the girl's kick had broken many of his bones. Visenya didn't reply but admitted that he was right. In her attempt to land another blow, she left an opening for her enemy, who used it and managed to hurt her. "I really want to see Enar's expression after he sees that I've hurt his wife." Robert spoke with a big smile on his face as he showed an increasingly angry expression. Visenya's eyes narrowed dangerously. She took her sword in her other hand and advanced. It was no simple advance. The Queen of Enar felt her body lighter than ever. Even the world seemed to slow down. Even the world she observed was different from before. The world seemed divided into layers, each layer separated by two thin lines. Visenya felt that she could enter the space between these two thin lines, and so she did. Without knowing how, she simply appeared next to Robert and swung her sword. The blow was swift, so swift that it was but a fleeting moment in space. In Robert's vision, Visenya disappeared from where she had originally been. His gaze quickly swept the surroundings in search of the girl, and in the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of silver light in the air. The next moment, he felt his left eye go black as his brain finally processed the pain. "Arg har!" A pained scream escaped Robert's mouth. He looked like a wounded animal as he held his eye. "My eye! How dare you, you filthy, disgusting bitch! I'll kill you!" said the king as he brandished his hammer wildly in all directions, trying to hit Visenya. Visenya, who had already retreated, showed an expression of pleasure at seeing the crazed Robert bleeding all over his face. She regretted not being used to her new powers, otherwise it wouldn't have been just his eye that Robert would have lost, but his head. However, Visenya got excited thinking about what she had just done. She traveled in space and appeared at Robert's side in an instant. When Visenya was finally ready to attack again, she felt the ground shake and quickly looked to the side to see a fully armed cavalry heading towards her. The lords of the Stormlands had finally caught up with Robert, and seeing their king acting crazily obviously wounded, their expressions changed dramatically. They didn't care about anything else and advanced with even more ferocity. Visenya regretted not being with the 500 Astartes at this moment, or Robert really would have died today. Without any hesitation, the queen quickly backed away while holding her broken arm, her eyes never leaving Robert. "Enar sends her regards," Visenya shouted childishly as she laughed and mocked the king of House Baratheon. Robert, who was already enraged by the loss of his eye, seemed to explode completely with rage as he swung his hammer even more voraciously. "I'll kill you! Come out, you witch! I'll rip your head off and feed it to the pigs!" Visenya wasn't angry, she seemed happy with Robert's words. The angrier he was, the happier she would be. It was basic real-life mathematics. Suddenly, a bugle sounded on the horizon. Visenya, who was about to pay attention to Robert, focused her gaze on the horizon and couldn't help but be surprised by the coat of arms she saw. A golden squid on a black background. Chapter 219, the unexpected arrival, too. Enar smiled, observing Robert's mad state. The man should want to eat his flesh and blood right now. However, looking at the wounded Visenya, his eyes turned cold. No one could hit his wife, absolutely no one. With a few words in High Valyrian, Enar looked towards Robert and released the spell with a cold stare. The spell won't kill Robert, but he will want to die when the effect of the spell begins. As for the sacrifice for the spell, the king of House Targaryen simply used some blood from the battlefield. The spell won't kill you, but it will necrotize the wounds and you'll need to cosplay Baldwin IV and Viserys I. Enar never hid that he was a vengeful man. Robert had dared to hurt his wife and should be punished accordingly. My king. Sigismund and Leda appeared before him, both covered in blood, showing that they had killed countless people. How is the situation? Enar asked with a calm tone. Although the Chaos auras had disappeared, he knew more than anyone how difficult it is to finish off the Chaos gods, especially the followers of the Chaos gods, who were more adaptive than cockroaches. Many people have mutated into monsters with worm parts. All these people have been killed, including some lords on our side. Sigismund replied while Leda stood behind Enar again, silently waiting for the next orders. Enar frowned, but wasn't really surprised. It could be said that many lords and ladies were believers in the faith of the Seven. It was perfectly normal for some lords to have been influenced by the god of chaos, but it was a bit complicated. Fortunately, they were at war, so even if there were rumors that the king had ordered the death of these lords, he was free of any headaches. After all, it was quite normal to die in war, especially a war as tragic as this one. Sigismund, find Daenerys and join Titus in laying siege to Old Town. Enar ordered with a regal, cold tone. His eyes fell on his loyal commander. Kill anything that moves in that town. This is a purge and you must burn that town to the ground until there is nothing left but ashes. Yes, my king. Sigismund knelt down and accepted the orders with an unwaveringly serious expression. Like a good fanatic, there was no hesitation in receiving orders to purge an entire city. The reason for the purge was simple. As the heart of Westeros religion, practically the entire population of Old Town was faithful to the faith of the Seven. At that moment, Enar could imagine the hell that was Old Town. So many people turned into insane monsters. You could say that Old Town had practically become a second ancient Valyria, a city cursed by the gods. Enar was worried that Titus alone wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire population and sent Sigismund. After a little more thought, Enar added with a serious tone. Take half the Astartes. He really didn't want to give the potential apostles of chaos in Old Town any chance. Sigismund couldn't help but be surprised, but he nodded, showing that he had accepted his king's orders. Seeing how serious the king was, he promised himself to fight with all his forces and destroy the king's worries. Leda, go and protect Visenya. Enar looked at the lady commander of the royal guard and said, she was wounded by Robert and needs protection until she recovers. Leda nodded and just like that, her figure could be seen as a fleeting shadow among the soldiers, probably looking for Visenya. Enar looked at the two armies facing each other and thought for a moment before raising his hand and blessing his soldiers again. Red light erupted from his hand and like a wave of energy spread throughout his army. Enar's movements were like adding oil to fire. The army's morale practically skyrocketed to unreachable levels. The soldiers believed that their god was watching the fight and fought with even more fanaticism and ferocity. They looked like immortal warriors, had no fear of death and attacked as if they had infinite energy. While the morale of House Targaryen's army was high, the same could not be said of House Baratheon and Lannister's army, both of whom, seeing such a magical scene, became even more desperate. How do you fight an army that has the blessing of the gods? Suddenly, Enar's gaze fell on the horizon, where he saw an army rapidly approaching. Looking at the golden squid against the black background, he knew that House Greyjoy had just arrived. At the same time, Enar smelled blood magic in the air. He almost immediately knew the source of that smell, Dragonbinder. Enar couldn't help but be a little surprised at how Euron Greyjoy had gotten hold of a Dragonbinder in the ruins of Valyria. This was an item used to help tame dragons in their rebellious phase. It worked with a sound attack, which made the dragons feel extremely uncomfortable. The Valyrians also used it to tame some dragons that were too wild to be tamed by ordinary means. But the Dragonbinder's function was that, nothing really extraordinary, it was just a horn that every dragon rider had to control the dragons like a whip. Perhaps that's why ordinary people mistook domestication for control. After all, Valyria wasn't foolish enough to create a weapon capable of controlling any dragon. That was sheer stupidity. But because of this, rumors and myths arose that the horn really could control dragons. Credits to King Nanmakalo for the above explanation. I was totally confused about how to write that part. Although he knew this, Enar still wanted to see the dragon binder in person, especially the power he had over dragons. After all, even if the possibility was almost non-existent, the chance of the horn being able to control a dragon still existed. And if such a thing were really possible, Enar would destroy all the dragon binders and anything related to his creation. Enar pointed his finger at Visenya, who was still retreating among the soldiers, and transferred the information to her mind, informing her of his orders. Visenya, who was gradually retreating towards the main tent, stopped abruptly. Her eyes turned completely cold and a murderous intent seemed to materialize around her, making the surrounding soldiers recoil in fear. In his eyes, Visenya was surrounded by a swirling dark cloud of malice, making them feel that they were facing a ferocious beast. Knowing of the possibility of the Dragonbinder's power for Enar, Visenya quickly walked towards Syrax's location, who was lying peacefully on the ground. The bloody atmosphere of war and the cries of rage were completely ignored by the beautiful golden dragon. Looking at her dragon, Visenya ignored the pain in her arm and stroked the dragon's beautiful shiny scales. She couldn't help but gaze lovingly at the dragon. Syrax let out an adorable trill as her head gently nudged Visenya's body, showing the same affection. "I need your help, Syrax," Visenya whispered to the dragon, looking directly into her eyes. "It may be painful, but I swear that whatever pain you suffer will give back tenfold." Syrax's response came in actions. The female dragon rose from the ground and lowered her head to the ground, showing the saddle at the junction of the dragon's neck and body. Visenya didn't hesitate and climbed onto the saddle, fastened her belt and spoke. "Suvgan." Syrax let out a loud roar and rose towards the sky with a graceful and elegant posture as he flapped his huge wings. The dragon was no more than 10 meters long, not counting its tail, but it was still quite a sight. At the same moment, the world seemed to darken for a moment. The gigantic wings of Caraxes had covered the sky as the huge crimson dragon took flight, pursuing Syrax closely. Of course, Enar wouldn't let Visenya and Syrax be in danger, so he sent Caraxes. Visenya looked back and couldn't help but hold her breath at the sight of the huge monster chasing her. She felt exactly as Lucerys Targaryen, riding Arrax, felt when being chased by Vhagar, who was being ridden by Aemond. Even though she knew Caraxes wouldn't hurt her, being chased by a monster that size still scared her to death. If Visenya was frightened, Enar's enemies were completely terrified. The gigantic creature flying above them caused real terror in many men. The morale of House Baratheon and Lannister, which was already low, became non-existent at that moment. One of House Lannister's soldiers threw down his spear and shield and fled without any hesitation. There was no way to win the war, not after seeing the gods and dragons on the enemy side. When the first deserting soldier appeared, it wasn't long before the second appeared and then the third. Soon, in a matter of minutes, a wave of deserters broke out of formation, leaving a large, fragile space for the Targaryen army to enter. And that's what happened. Tyrion and Oberyn ordered the advance and attacked with full force, splitting the army of House Lannister in two. Even Enar underestimated the fear that Caraxes could cause in his enemies, but Balerion, the Black Terror, was not legendary by chance, but for being a true monster who caused absolute terror in the enemies of Aegon and Maegor. Euron Greyjoy, who was the current king of Salt after killing his own father, frowned as all the courage he had gathered over the years vanished as if it had never existed. He would have had indomitable courage when dealing with the little golden dragon, but the red dragon was totally different. But the real terror he felt soon turned into pure ecstasy. What if this dragon became his dragon? Wouldn't he be invincible? Play the Dragonbinder. Euron, in his black scale armor, looked at the slave with his cold blue eyes and ordered. The slave, who had no hair and was covered in tattoos, shuddered at Euron's words. He wanted to retreat, run away and scream, but the training abuse he had received from Euron prevented him from any of these things, and he walked over to the huge horn. The horn was 1.83 meters long. It was made of horn that must have belonged to a huge dragon. It had a black sheen and bands of red gold and Valyrian steel along its curved body. When touched, the horn felt as hot coals and extremely smooth. The surface was shiny and reflective, although the reflection represented is somewhat distorted. The bands of the horn are covered in strange inscriptions, Valyrian glyphs. Taking a deep breath, the nameless slave put his mouth to the horn and blew heavily. A sound that seemed to come from winter rang out across the battlefield, causing discomfort and fear. When the horn sounded, the glyphs glowed bright red and then white. Syrax let out a painful roar. It felt like her body was being whipped by countless extremely painful whips. Her senses were confused and for a moment, the dragon no longer knew whether to go up or down. The slave's fate was even crueler. His body burned from the inside out and the slave's blood was absorbed in an instant by the dragon binder. In the end, only a charred mummy remained. Visenya stroked the dragon's neck and shouted loud and clear, "Lakiri Syrax!" Syrax let out a pained roar and continued flying towards Euron with an extremely aggressive look on his face. Suddenly, a deep, calm trill sounded in the sky and Syrax showed submission, slowing down. Caraxes flew over Syrax and Visenya with just one swing of his wings. The dragon's eyes sharpened as they focused entirely on the black and gold horn. A feeling of rage welled up in the flaming heart of the huge red dragon. Euron was very happy that the dragon binder had had an effect on the dragons, but he was completely terrified when he saw the huge monster coming towards him. Shit! Euron didn't hesitate to mount his horse and shout to the men of the Iron Islands. Shoot the scorpions! The huge arrows, which looked more like spears, shot into the air in dozens, tore through the air and some, luckily, hit the red dragon. But instead of being happy, Euron showed an incredulous expression, as the scorpions simply bounced off the dragon's scales and didn't even hurt the huge beast. Caraxes wasn't hurt, but he felt furious at the audacity of the ants in front of him. The dragon opened its mouth and crimson flames gathered at the end of its throat. Didn't Bravo say it worked on dragons? Euron muttered with a confused and still incredulous expression. That was Euron Greyjoy's last thought before red flames rained down from the sky, accompanied by a terrifying sound. Chapter 220 After the War Crimson flames looked like a huge wave of fire, like a monster engulfing the entire army of House Greyjoy. The salt men simply turned into something like salt ash. They were blown away by the wind. There were no screams or even any noise, just the silence of the burning flames. The enemy armies of House Targaryen stopped fighting and just watched in complete terror at the diabolical scene before them. An army of tens of thousands of people disappeared in a few minutes. Perhaps for a modern person such a thing wasn't so impressive and impactful because of nuclear bombs and various films showing the mass death of people. But for someone from the Middle Ages, such a scene was pure terror straight from hell. Tywin watched coldly as the soldiers scattered everywhere, fleeing in panic. The Lord of Casterly Rock didn't even try to control his own soldiers. The battle had been lost the moment the army began to desert on a large scale, the destruction of House Greyjoy's army merely accelerating an inevitable process in his eyes. Tywin couldn't help but sigh, looking much older than he sounded. Even his strong aura had disappeared. He looked more like an old weak lion, ready to be replaced by a young lion. Like King Loren I of House Lannister, called the Last, Tywin lost against House Targaryen. The rain was still falling from the sky, but the temperature on the battlefield was high and a light mist surrounded the room. "Are you happy, dear father?" Tywin heard a sarcastic voice coming from his side, and he looked coldly at the dwarf who was approaching with slow, clumsy steps. Tyrion's nose was gone and his face bore a large scar, but the joy in his eyes could not be hidden. The great and fearsome Tywin Lannister being captured alive. Tyrion looked at the man before him and spoke with an almost pleased tone. Seeing Tywin's definitive defeat was more pleasurable than a million whores. "I wasn't defeated by you, you monstrosity." Despite having lost, Tywin replied with a terribly calm tone. Without waiting for Tyrion's reply, Tywin walked towards a specific location. Tyrion was about to stop and order the soldiers to arrest the Lord of Casterly Rock, but stopped when he saw the direction his father was walking, more precisely, who he was walking towards. Tyrion's lips pursed with force at the sight of the corpse lying on the muddy ground. The once shining armor was stained with blood and mud. The rain stuck to the dwarf's hair, causing him to feel almost deathly cold, but seeing his brother's corpse caused him to feel even colder. Seeing the peaceful expression on his son's face, Tywin couldn't help but show a complicated expression. He knew that Jaime had died relieved that he was no longer a puppet of a god. Your king plunged a dagger into Jaime's heart. He smiled happily as he plunged the dagger into his flesh. Tywin spoke coldly to Tyrion while keeping his gaze on the corpse of his beloved son. Although Jaime had betrayed him and caused him so much pain, in the end, his brother was the one who cared for him the most. Tyrion didn't have enough fingers to count how many times Jaime had encouraged him or even stood by him. However, seeing the expression on Jaime's pale, lifeless face, Tyrion felt that all the anger, resentment, and hatred built up in his chest simply didn't make sense. After a psychological struggle, Tyrion showed a determined look and replied in a calm tone, "This is war, death is inevitable." Tywin looked into Tyrion's eyes for the first time. There was some appreciation in the old lion's gaze, but it was gone so quickly that Tyrion thought he was hallucinating and seeing things that were impossible. Seeing Tywin still silent, watching Jaime's corpse with an icy stare, Tyrion spoke in a calm, deep tone. "Arrest the Lord of Casterly Rock, he will be tried personally by the king." The Red Legion soldiers obeyed Tyrion's orders and put chains on Tywin Lannister's wrists. The soldiers showed no mercy and practically dragged the Lion of the Rock like a mangy animal, with force and brutality. They didn't care if Tywin was old or even when he fell into the mud after a while, they beat the man, urging him to get up, and continued to pull Tywin without any sign of respect. Tyrion silently observed his father's miserable situation, but remained silent and didn't stop it from happening. Looking at the battlefield, Tyrion could see that many of House Lannister's soldiers had fled or surrendered. Looking to another corner, he saw that House Baratheon's army was still retreating as they struggled to flee back to Casterly Rock, the only place that could still serve as a stronghold for House Baratheon. After all, after that battle, Tyrion estimated that there was no other lord who would allow the Baratheon army to enter. This war was already won, all that remained was where and the day of the final battle. "This is only the beginning, we are far from finished." Tyrion didn't forget that there was still a war coming from the north, a war more important than the one being fought. A war for the survival of humanity. Tyrion sat next to his brother's corpse and held his hand as he let the rain wash over him, as if he wanted the rain to wash away all the negative feelings inside him. "I hate you for lying to me, but I still love you, you stupid, arrogant brother." Tyrion didn't know if he was crying or the rain pouring down his face, but he didn't really care. "I'll look after Tommen and Myrcella," he said, closing his eyes as he listened to the rain falling on the ground and the screams in the background on the battlefield. Suddenly, Tyrion opened his eyes and looked at his shoulder with a confused expression. For a moment he felt a hand on his shoulder. Perhaps guessing something, Tyrion showed a complicated expression. When Enar got close to the dwarf, he saw the scene and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Even if there was hatred between the brothers, the affection and love cultivated over decades could not disappear so quickly. "My king." Rising, Tyrion greeted Enar with a respectful tone. Looking at the man before him, Enar smiled gently. Jaime died peacefully, he regained his free will and was finally free from the clutches of the seven-faced god. Tyrion pressed his lips together tightly and looked at Jaime with his green and black eyes. He clenched his fists and asked in a low tone, "Did he really have to die?" Enar looked at Tyrion and answered with a sincere tone. "If I had controlled the energy input, he would have survived, but the chances of the god of the seven faces escaping would have been high, so I didn't want to risk it." "Do you resent me for killing your brother, Tyrion?" Enar asked in a calm tone, looking directly into the different colored eyes of the Hand of the King. "Will my king kill me if I say yes?" Tyrion rebutted the question to Enar, looking directly into the king's eyes. "No." Enar shook his head and answered truthfully. "I will remove you from office and do what I promised you. But if you become my enemy, I will kill you." He finished with a calm and sincere look, not hiding the consequences of his betrayal at all. "I may hate you, but I can never be your enemy," Tyrion said with a slightly amused tone. "Your grace is still as tyrannical as ever." "What can I say, I'm a rather contradictory person," Enar replied with an equally amused tone. "Yes, it's like two sides of a coin in one person." Tyrion nodded, agreeing with the king's assessment of himself. The smile on Enar's lips disappeared as he looked deeply at the dwarf. "So you're my enemy, Tyrion?" "I am not your enemy, my king," Tyrion said calmly. "But I feel anger at my brother's death." "Then be angry," Enar said. "I care little how you feel about me. As long as you remain loyal and useful, you will always be my hand." Enar didn't really care how Tyrion felt about him, he only cared if he was useful and loyal. But if Tyrion really became his enemy, he wouldn't mind making Myrcella Lady of Casterly Rock. Friendship? Sorry, his only loyalty was to House Targaryen and mankind. Anything other than those two things was nothing in his eyes. Call him indifferent and cold, but that was his nature after so long living in this world. Tyrion looked at Enar and let out a sigh. He wasn't surprised by the king's words. During his time with Enar, he had continued to look at him, always trying to figure out the king's thoughts, gestures and intentions, so that he would know what to say at the right moment. Just like now. If it had been before he met Enar, Tyrion would never have dared to say that he hated Enar for killing Jaime, but knowing the king's true face, he understood that he wouldn't die even if he hated him. The being in front of him was as pragmatic and cold as you could imagine from a being who was carrying the fate of humanity on his shoulders. "What will your grace do about my father's trial?" Tyrion asked as he stood next to Enar, his expression returning to its former calm, and he regained his composure, acting once again as a hand of the king should. "I'll give him to my grandmother and Rhaenys. They want Tywin's life, so be it." Although he also wanted to kill Tywin, Enar knew that to free Rhaenys and Riella from the hatred they carried, they needed to kill Tywin. Tyrion remembered something when he heard the king's words and spoke. Mountain was also captured. That monster killed 4 men before he was immobilized. Enar showed a satisfied expression. Rhaenys' affairs would be settled more easily after she killed the monster that terrorized her nightmares. "After this battle is over, come to my room and I'll make you into a normal man." Enar put his hand on Tyrion's shoulder and spoke in a gentle tone. Then he left without looking back or even glancing at Jaime's body, as if it were something insignificant. Tyrion showed a complicated expression. How did it feel to work for and be loyal to someone you hate? If you asked Tyrion, he would say that it was an extremely insulting feeling and, at the same time, a feeling of pride in working for Enar. Contradictory, no? But that was the irrationality of the human mind. It could hate and love at the same time, perhaps the only race that could do something like that. For this very reason, the human race was the main cause of the birth of the Chaos Gods, beings conceived in the warp, a dimension that seemed to be the fruit of the collective consciousness of all the intelligent beings in the universe. Looking at his brother's body, Tyrion asked a Red Legion soldier to carry the body back to camp. He would give his brother a wake worthy of the heir to House Lannister. Looking at Enar's back, further and further away, Tyrion thought for a moment and then let out an emotional sigh. Again, showing a resolute and calm expression, the dwarf walked towards the camp. Tyrion murmured in a calm and deep tone, "Let's take it one step at a time."